Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live, and welcome to the summer of divergence. I know Jim Croissant, my buddy, likes to call it the summer of George, but I'm calling it the summer of divergence. We'll talk more about that throughout the morning. Joining me in the studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart.
Good morning, all.
Just you and I, Shy. Look around. Just you and I in this big studio space. Nobody there, and then Jimmy's just looking in on the big screen. Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It's going to be a great day to trade futures. I know that for sure.
I mean, he's the eternal optimist. I know we say this, but he just is. And so I don't love the indexes, though, Jimmy. I've been saying it. I hope the NASDAQ flushes. I'd like to find an opportunity to buy in for a swing position. Year-to-date anchored VWAP is getting close. And again, you have a NASDAQ that's weak. We'll take a quick look at the tape. A Dow was up over 330 points. NASDAQ is down nearly 1% up, down off 240. S&P sharply unchanged, everybody, off $2. And the Russell also sharply off unchanged, down 60 cents. And look at, some people are saying, look at, this is a sign, it's a top. I don't think so. If this was really that big of a bear market turn, I think you'd see all the indexes working together. I can't stress this enough, traders out there, how many times I've overthought June, July, and August-ish type of months, thinking that this is going to be the turn, this is it, and it just isn't. We'll see. Tomorrow we've got Meta and Microsoft after the close and FOMC, and I think that will be an interesting point to look at the rest of the week. Again, crude oil this morning down below $82. Gold, again, sell the rally. I put that in my note. Gold technicals, Jimmy and I have talked about this, look very weak. Metals across the board are down, too. I'm sure Shai will touch on this. 2% in silver and platinum, and then 1.25% off in copper and gold. Bond market is up this morning, ever so slightly, but it is up. And the dollar is a little bit stronger against currencies. Kind of a lot to dig in this morning here on this July 28th, day before FOMC, but we'll get into that more. Shai, the news.
All right, so top three stories today. Citadel Securities expects the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates this week. A quarter-point increase on Wednesday would reinforce Warsh's repeated pledge to restore price stability while showing policymakers no longer rely on signaling every policy move well in advance. Frank Flight, the firm's head of macro, wrote the market may be once again underestimating the extent of the hawkish shift at the Fed. Right now, interest rate swaps imply about a 40% of a quarter-point increase on Wednesday. And, of course, Trump was out yesterday reiterating that rates should be lowered ahead of the Fed meeting.
What a surprise.
AI trade overnight. The South Korea's Kospi index plunged nearly 11% overnight on heavy selling of computer chip-making stocks that have been battered recently by waves of fears that the boom in artificial intelligence might turn out to be a bubble. Samsung down 13.4% and SK Hynix down 14.65%, now below its IPO price in the U.S. The key factor driving the selling of AI-related shares is the expectation that rising competition from AI startups and chip makers will put pressure on the industry. The sell-off overnight also followed a report in a technology news publication that China has begun mass production of homegrown deep ultraviolet or DUV chip-making tools. And then, last but not least, oil down on hopium, as I call it. Oil prices have extended losses overnight after a pause in fighting between the U.S. and Iran, raising hopes for de-escalation in the Middle East. Both Brent and WTI down over 1%. That said, Iran has rejected reports that it agreed to a 10-day ceasefire with the U.S. Qatar Energy extended its force majeure today on LNG cargoes until the end of September. And Saudi Arabia is adding $5 a barrel to Asian customers to take in account for the higher freight costs and longer route, having to go around the Cape of Good Hope to avoid the Bab el-Mandab Strait. Again, 321 crack prices ripping back above $64.59 on Friday. That continues to be the story, the tightness in the market. As you said, FOMC tomorrow, Meta and Microsoft after the bell, Apple and Amazon after the bell on Thursday. Both ES and NQ are in negative gamma today. And as far as data is concerned, at 8:15, we have ADP weekly employment change, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, advanced goods, retail inventories, wholesale inventories, 9 a.m. Eastern, housing price index, and at 10, Richmond Fed manufacturing, Richmond Fed business, conference board consumer confidence. I think that will be probably the biggest data point today is that consumer confidence number.
Yeah. And then, of course, we'll cover ADP this morning as that comes out on the tape. Shai, we'll talk about that. Jimmy, before I get to you, Shai, why do I feel like Citadel is trying to get everybody to get long long bonds? Hey, everybody, don't tell anyone, but rates, we think rates are going to go higher. And they're sitting there, every time people are buying them, they're like, sold, sold. I mean, is it really possible that they're going to raise rates this week?
I think that would harken back to the Greenspan days when it came out of the blue. So I don't think, I don't think the Fed has the stomach to do that necessarily, but it's out there in the universe now.
They're telling you, just keep buying SOFR. Don't worry about it. Yeah, okay. Jimmy, what'd you think of the tape overnight?
Well, you mentioned divergence, and you're right. I mean, literally, the Dow is ripping higher. We have Boeing and Coca-Cola probably adding to that lift. I think we're seeing rotation happening away from those chip stocks that the Kospi's telling us, hey, warning, warning. NASDAQ is really a heavy-looking chart. It's not looking really good right now as the sell-off continues there. But I think the theme is rotation. I think this isn't, the sky's not falling right now, but there's folks kind of moving money in different places. And I think we're seeing it right now. I think the Dow is a great example right now, and the Russell's been pretty strong as well. So that's kind of what I think is going on in the stock index futures.
Jimmy, how soon we forget earlier in the year what was happening? NASDAQ was leading lower. Market was getting weaker. What happened? The NASDAQ turned around and then led again. And the reality is, unless this is a long-term issue, which it may be, this news that's coming out of the Kospi and all the, and again, this NVIDIA news, Shai, $250 billion backdrop for OpenAI. It's a big number.
For them to lease NVIDIA's chips.
I mean, let's not kid ourselves. This stuff is real. And I think that area of the market might be seeing these long-term ripple effects. We won't know. But at the end of the day, unless the indices are done going higher, I like the weakness in the NASDAQ for a buying opportunity. Look, I want to see the market that I think will be the leader, whether it's in metals, whether it's in energy, whether it's in bonds, specifically stock indexes. When it gets weak, I look to see when it holds support, and to me, will it play catch-up? And that's the thing, Jimmy. I mean, again, what key levels are coming up for you in the NASDAQ where it starts getting like, okay, this has kind of got a hold territory?
Yeah. I mean, I'm anchoring everything from the lows that we saw, not the calendar year start, but the lows we saw in March 31st. And I'm anchoring everything there, including my anchored VWAP. And right now we're south of that at this very moment for the third day in a row. So that's a little bit of a warning sign. And when I measure it from a fib point of view, we're about 38.1% retraced right now to the downside, which is textbook. It's normal. It's, again, my hair's not on fire yet. But when we start kind of moving down a little bit further here and hitting that 150-day simple right by that 50% retracement, then I'm going to start worrying right now. So this technically right now is kind of a textbook sell-off from a graph point of view. But, again, there's no end in sight right now. We have another lower low today. So this is the fourth lower low in a row on a daily candle, and we have 5 lower highs. So the trend is clearly down right now, and the other, moving averages are just sloping down pretty. And look at the RSI. The RSI is, it's at 37. It's not on my keyboard yet, but it's at 37.
Yeah, which is, again, you're getting into oversold conditions. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's one of those things where I wouldn't be buying it because I think we're oversold in NASDAQ. NASDAQ can overdo anything. I just think when I look at the markets from the most simplest place. I anchor a VWAP at the beginning of the year. It's something I've done for many years now. Hat tip to Brian Shannon. He and I remember we're talking about that many years ago, and probably been a decade now I've been doing that. And I look at that and I go, okay, if we're holding above it, the market's just trending nicely. You can see the Russell and the S&P are still right at 1 standard deviations above the anchored VWAP while the NASDAQ's coming back down. I think if you start to see that falter on Ninja, right now, right around 27,000-ish is where that anchored VWAP is from the beginning of the year. And if that can hold on a pullback, and it starts to rally from there, again, to me, I like swing positions. I like to buy and hold stuff. To me, I think the NASDAQ becomes really kind of juicy down there.
Yeah, and that lines up almost perfectly with that 50% retracement and the 150-day simple moving average.
There you go. I mean, again, what do they call it? What do the kids call it? Confluence?
Confluence, yes.
The cool kids call it confluence. What do you think, Chad? What's your level in the sand for the NASDAQ? You guys awake yet out there? Let's see what everyone thinks. Yeah, so for me, I will be looking to buy that. I actually, again, I hope the NASDAQ continues to get hit here. I would like to step in and buy it. Shai, I want to go back to you. The 3-2-1 crack spreads. How do people really express an opinion in that? Because we've talked about this as this is the front month crude oil. First of all, let me pull back. The front month crude oil, everybody, is not really what's happening in the crude oil market. And the energy world is not mine. But I will tell you this, the front month crude is really where the day traders are, not where the big players in oil are. The big players in oil are in the back months.
Yep.
And so that's a whole other situation there. But when we look at what's happening right now from a macro perspective, everyone continues to say, fundamentals keep telling me oil should be going higher, but yet it can't hold a rally. But yet you're telling me the 3-2-1 crack spread is where people are really expressing their opinion there. How does that work?
100%. Well, the 3-2-1 crack spread, it kind of approximates the theoretical refining crude yield that produces 2 barrels of gasoline and 1 barrel of diesel for every 3 barrels of crude oil input. Now, why we are seeing these cracks sort of explode is we have refineries, we have no global refining. We have a serious issue that we do not have enough capacity. But aside from that, we have U.S. at literally at max refining right now, and we are still seeing product problems as far as availability. And so this is where it's expressing the crude problem. It's showing up in the cracks instead of showing up in the front month.
Yeah. And so is that enough what's happening there to say that where they're expressing their opinion there on where the market is got issues, should that spill into the front month crude oil contract?
Not necessarily. Really, if you look at the crude curve, we are still in steep backwardation, even though we have seen those front month prices fall. And so people are expressing this in the crude curve as well as the cracks. And so just because front month crude prices are falling, we have not seen a significant move in the shape of the curve.
So what's that backwardation look like? If we look 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months out, what are the prices of crude looking like?
So we have...
I mean, December's at
166. So we have, if we go out to December, we have December at 71. But if we look at the shape of the curve, it is still almost vertical until then.
Jimmy, you got stuff to say on this? I think it's an interesting, it's interesting here.
Yeah, Shai nailed it. I've got all my backwardation out here too. It's crazy.
And we've got ADP coming out here any minute-ish.
Any second. It's never exactly on time for the weekly numbers.
Are we okay with comfortable pauses if we just sit here and just wait for it? We just pause everything, slow things down, do some box breathing, like Pax. Yeah. He needs to do more box breathing, by the way, too. I'm going to give him shit. He needs to. Yeah. He needs to.
Especially when he's raging on X at 11 o'clock at night.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's got issues.
I will note that we are coming up on some important key levels in the options market for crude oil. We've got put support right around $79. That does remain primary support zone. We've got 83 to 85.20 marks kind of the main resistance area. And then we want to keep an eye on 82.50, which is the high volume level and a key pivot for dealer hedging behavior.
Okay. Nothing with ADP yet?
So ADP is 15,000. So prior was 16.5. So again, weaker than expected on those numbers.
Jimmy, reactions?
Yeah, I mean, nothing. Spoozer's still at 74.50 sitting there. Nasdaq just a tad bit under 28,000. I don't see much movement going on here.
Yeah, so again.
It's a weekly number.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, we'll see what this all adds up tomorrow with the FOMC. I want to go to the question in chat asking, let me get it right to see who asked it. It was an AI question, as most questions are these days about AI. If it was we're in a bubble, I want to make sure I give the shout out to the right person, though. Question for the panel from Andrea Lucia Kojan 9462. I mean, it's so funny. You really want to get a kick out of this? Go listen to me in the Discord. Read the winners of the. Did you hear that? I mean, everybody's got these names. I feel like my parents. I'm in there and I'm like, oh, that's Music City Trader. He's the only one who's got a real easy name. But again, the question for the panel is, what is your take on AI? Do you really think this is a bubble? Are we going to see the AI fairy tale story coming to an end? Shai, tell everybody what I do every morning. Tell them what I do when I'm sitting here.
Well, he writes his note, but he does not type it. He dictates it to Claude every morning.
Yeah. You think I'm gonna sit there and type this shit out?
He does the same thing with his text messages.
I would text
too,
messages. I am maximizing my time with AI. I dictate into Claude for everything. It takes notes for me. I go back and I use it. So for me, I look at it and go, how could it be a bubble when I feel like I'm just tapping into how I'm going to use it? Now, again, price is going to be, I think there's two ways to look at this. Is price into a bubble right now, or is AI a bubble? Because they're two very different things, right? Could price temporarily be in a bubble where everyone gets way ahead of themselves? Sure, of course. And probably most likely the scenario that we're way ahead of ourselves. But I think this is a thing that lasts and lasts and lasts. I don't see how this next decade is not going to be. We're going to be, if we're here in 5 years, we're in a different studio soon. Are we not going to be talking about AI? There's no way that's the case.
And you have to realize some of these companies are not going to be around in a decade, even
For
though.
sure. They'll weed them out.
And, that is just what happens to the market. Look at what happened with the onset of the internet and fiber optic cables, right? That trade went bust and weeded out a lot of players, but obviously the internet never went away. So. Yeah.
Smart Chuck said, Anthony, we knew you were lazy, but we didn't know you were that lazy. Thank you, Smart Chuck. I appreciate that. It's a very, very nice comment.
But the spillover is going to be huge. I mean, just think about healthcare right now. I mean, it's just going to get better and better and better as this AI kind of gets more and more developed. I have high hopes for me actually living a couple more years because of this. So it's going to be incredible for the healthcare companies.
Oh, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, this is going to have massive impact. And until you start using AI, I mean, also, too, look at every trader we have on here. Not every one of them, but most of them. What do they say that they're doing, right? It was funny. Jack was it this weekend. He goes, Adderall and Claude. I mean, I actually think it's great to see how many traders are embracing this. I think this is a great thing for short-term day traders. You start to put math into the equation a lot more than you did. You have the ability to test your strategies. You have the ability to really narrow down your focus on what news is. Again, I have maximized a lot of what I do with Claude. I don't use it. I mean, I use it to organize my thoughts mostly and to have it to remember things I talk about, and I want to bring it back up for me. I haven't even tapped into it. I'm using it basically as a notepad. But for the most part, again, I'm just touching the surface here.
So, yeah, I mean, it's obviously here to stay. And, after, everybody's talking about the big sell-off, right? If we look at from those April lows to, the June high, I mean, we've only had a 38% retrace in the NASDAQ, which is nothing. So,
Yeah. But, I used it last night. So we had that USDA weekly report, that crop progress report last night. And if anyone's ever read that report, it's impossible to read it. It's just a matrix of numbers and weird stuff. Run that thing through one of those AI things and it digests it for you. Now you got to fact check it. You got to look at it again to see if it makes sense that, the result of it. But it was awesome. I mean, it nailed we had a bullish corn report, had a little bit of a pop overnight, and it spelled out why, because of the weather conditions. And it was really a huge time saver for me anyway last night looking at that USDA report.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, if you're not using it, I highly recommend you try it out. Jimmy, I want to go to you about metals. When I look at the markets that I follow the majors, right? I don't get too much into the weeds outside of the majors. The gold market is a market, I've said this before, I'm looking for an opportunity to buy it. Every time I see it rally, I go, I have no FOMO in buying into a rally because by every metric that I look at, the gold market is extremely weak. To me, it's just teetering here. I think it's not made a great low. What do you say?
100% agree. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Huge sell-off again this morning. We're in the August gold, by the way, still. So if your software tried to roll you over, stick with August. But I mean, it's just heavy. I mean, but the only good news is every time you get to that 4,000 level, buyers seem to show up. But, there's going to be a point where that floor, you get cracks in the foundation, and there's going to be a point when it breaks through. And right now, it's just looking super, super heavy. Every attempt to rally has just failed. I mean, the July 6th swing high, fail. We had another swing high a couple days ago on the 22nd, failed. And so it seems to me that this thing wants to push through that 4,000 level and hit some lower targets here. We had that October 2026 swing low. I know it was a long time ago, but that was at 39.01 actually was that swing low. So I think there's definitely, look at this, look at the trend line. I mean, this is just
I'm looking at it.
Pretty nasty.
I mean, I think, we really have to watch the Fed's comments tomorrow, too, because if they come off any bit hawkish, which I believe that they will, and look at those dissents, then, of course, you're going to see yields rise and gold fall. So keep an eye out for that. I certainly wouldn't want to get in front of this market ahead of a Fed meeting when you expect some hawkish comments.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at gold, it just hasn't made a good low. It hasn't made a good enough low to really bounce. I don't know where that comes in.
I'd love to see a washout.
It needs a washout.
I would love to see a washout. I would
but
buy
also,
that.
Yields are down a tad bit today, and gold is down a lot today. So that's telling us something. Who's leading that bandwagon?
Yeah, I mean, exactly, Jimmy. I mean, gold, anytime it even has a reason to really sustain a rally, forget about adding to a rally, just to sustain it, it can't do it. Right? The hands are weak in buying the dips in gold. Again, we'll wait and see what tomorrow brings. I really think for everybody, you have to understand, again, these summer markets, I can't stress this enough, and I know I'm going to sound redundant with it, but look, don't put too much emphasis on what you're doing in the middle to the end of July. I mean, it is the end of July, really. I mean, the end of the month's this week.
It's crazy.
It just is. Look, historically, it's totally turned me around. Don't overtrade these markets right now. If you've not been around long enough to see what like these summer markets are, when I see divergence on a regular basis, when I see like macro things that probably should impact the tape and they don't, and I know that Craig's not here, he's out in his RV, wherever he is, who knows where he is. He's probably, who knows, bro. I'm not going to make a joke about Craig right now. You're my boy. He's probably listening. Anyway, I go back to like just understanding summer markets, and it's like, things will clear up. Now, if things are clear for you right now, take advantage of it. Great. Again, depends on your strategies and your time frames. It all comes down to that. But I just don't love what I see here right now from this tape. I feel like, it's just getting shaked and rattled and rolled all the time. I mean, yesterday I was watching the action in the indexes, and I was like, man, this is just, it's just kind of all over the map.
Well, and you would want to pick a stronger market, right? If you prefer to go long, then maybe look at RTY and look at the Dow.
And T-Mac saying, however, summer trade never had a crude oil war. That's not true. I'm sure there's been wars over the years in the summer. And again, I think that how much the macro is spilling into this right now is, I think it's up for debate. I'm not even watching much of the news right now. I'm somebody who's kind of been like, I'm going to let this back and forth of what's being discussed on X and with the president, and let's let this stuff kind of wind down. And we'll wait to see where we are, in a month or so. We've got so much coming up here, midterm elections, right? So we'll see. Again, final thoughts, Shai, before we go to this morning's Edge Report.
So I think, keep an eye on crude. I think we're getting to some levels, believe it or not, that are viable. We have that put support at $79. So I'd be watching crude today for some opportunities. It has been a two-way market, even though it's moving to the downside. And so I do think there are a lot of opportunities there. We do keep in mind we do have some data today that's important. Consumer confidence will definitely be an important one, and that is at 10. So keep an eye on that around 10.
Yeah. All right. All right, everybody. That's it for this morning's panel. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right. Well, let's start out with RBOB gasoline in honor of our special guest who's going to be with us in a minute here. This is a daily candle chart right now. And you can kind of see we peaked out up here at 3.777 on the quarter and on the calendar year. Nice sell-off. And we kind of made our way back above this anchored VWAP. And again, I anchored this. This is the wartime anchored VWAP. This is where I anchored it at the beginning of the year. And we're above it still, but we're retracing back toward it, which is probably good news. So we're literally from a fib point of view, though, from high to low. I measured it from the calendar year high all the way to this swing low back here that we saw on the 25th of June. We hit that 61.8% retracement. This is a big deal for me. When I see candles close above that, then in my mind, the trend is officially reversed. In this case, we barely made it there, and then we turned it back around. So we're back down to a 38.1% retracement, which, okay, is reasonable. And look at the moving averages. They're starting to get tighter and tighter. We might have the fast moving average, which is the 8, crossing under the 21, and that could be a little bit bearish as well. But we still have that VWAP to contend with right now. RSI is sloping down nicely. Don't see much divergence on the RSI. And then let's pull up an intraday chart really quickly here, because we do have some really good mental Q targets, actually. We have a call resistance level. Let me get this thing straightened out a little bit while the data comes in. Call resistance level is at 3.20 on the upside. Should we get a breakout to the upside? Relatively tight range so far. And then above that, we have R1, previous session's highs, and JAX1. And JAX1 is up here at 3.22. On the downside, well, really London lows, session lows, and then previous session lows at 3.1016. So we'll keep an eye on RBOB gasoline futures going forward here. Let's pop over to the NASI, though. We talked a little bit about it this morning. Let me just pull up my NASDAQ daily chart. Again, it'll take a second for the data to populate here. We already saw this chart once today. Let's just take another peek really quickly here as this data comes in. Again, here's that anchored VWAP here. This is the third day we've closed below it. So far, this is relatively bearish. We have EMAs at the bottom here, and we have that first lower standard deviation band that we talked about. Let's just go intraday and see some targets here for today. And we have a tight range. We're at 56% of the 34-day average in range. We have about 129,000 contracts traded so far in the big classic, I'll call them. And in the micro, look at this. 819,000 contracts. Crazy. We have a 14-period ATR at 643. So there's a lot of room to grow one way or the other. The volume profile is kind of immature right now. We have a nice point of control. This is a small case B-shaped distribution with the point of control slightly below the session VWAP here around 967. We just crossed over put support just now and 0 DTE put support at 28,000. That's going to be a big number today. We might oscillate around it. Who knows? But that's keep your eye on that for support and resistance levels. Above that, we have that JAX1 level here at 28,200. And then above that, 0 DTE high vol. But more importantly, the big high vol level at 28,300. That's also going to be a key, right? It's suggesting a little bit of negative gamma right now because we're below that from an intraday day point of view, and the pivot is right there. So there's two areas of interest up there as well. Those are pretty good targets. Above and beyond that, we still have 0 DTE call resistance at 28,500. Sometimes that could be a magnitude, but again, we got to break through that HVL on the upside. And then mentor Q's one-day min, it seems far away, but it's really not. Remember, we're in a tight range right now at 28,643 on the upside, pretty close to R1, and there's other targets there. On the downside, we have S1 framing the bottom of the conversation around 27,840. Below that, JAX 2, and then that one-day min in particular, that one-day min is at 27,776. So a lot of great targets for the NASDAQ here. My guess is we're going to break out one way or the other today. That is this morning's Ed Report. Back to Naples.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shy, preview of our guests.
All right, we have Patrick Haan. He's been on the show before. We love him. He is a petroleum analyst for Gas Buddy. And so we'll talk to him about what's going on in the product market and then in the oil market.
Yeah, we talk about where the real impact's being felt from this war and the front month price of crude oil. Not so much, but heating oil. Pulled up a chart of that. And I'm sure he'd be curious to see what he thinks about diesel and all that stuff. All right, let's take a look at who else will be on this morning following Patrick. We've got, it's Tuesdays with T. It's Tape Talk with TTrades. Then we've got Trade the Open with Black Boxes, Merritt Black and Christian Trading Boxes. We've got Midday Markets with the one and only Salma and Nick for a tick. Trade the Close with XY, Jack, and Stowe. All right, let's bring in Patrick. Patrick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Shy and Anthony. How you doing?
We're doing great. Great to have you here. You know, we were having a conversation earlier. I don't know how much you heard of it, but, you know, we talk about where the real impacts are happening from this war that continues to go on and probably continues to go on and on a lot longer than maybe, well, it's already gone a lot longer than most people think. Not me, but that's a different story. I think that the front month price of crude oil, everyone looks to and says, well, why can't it hold rallies? But are there other places where this stress on crude oil supply is impacting it? And what better than you, Gas Buddy, to tell us, is it the prices at the pump more reflective of what's Shy seeing in the 3-2-1 crack spreads, or are they more reflective of what we're seeing in front month crude?
Oh boy, probably a historic disconnect between front month crude and refined product prices. I don't know if it's just me. I drank my coffee this morning and I was real excited this morning to be able to illustrate this because as we look at WTI and Brent, they're down this morning, and RBOB, gasoline, and ultra low sulfur diesel refined products prices are up this morning. So oil's moving down, refined product prices moving up, and that's kind of something I wanted to illustrate here. Is this has been a huge refrain. A lot of Americans, you know, they remember back in 2008 when crude oil hit $150, and that equated to a $4 national average. And now they're thinking, what the heck? Why is oil half of what it was and it's gasoline's the same? So, you know, I've got a lot of numbers here in front of me that I'd love to dive into, but essentially what it comes down to is exactly that. It's all about refining. And the pressure has really amped up over the last 20, 30, 40 years. Looking at EIA data this morning, there were 254 refineries in operation in the U.S. in 1982. Today, there's only half that amount. In fact, if you look at gasoline demand back in 1982, a quick search points out gasoline demand was only about 6.8 million barrels. Now, believe it or not, U.S. refining capacity today compared to 1982 is only 1.5% higher, roughly 18.2 million barrels a day. But gasoline demand during the summer has been, and in the years past, well over 9 million barrels a day. So, you know, we're asking a lot more out of refineries with capacity that's barely grown, and coupled with, you know, what you mentioned overseas, and Shai's been sharing, you know, refinery attacks, Ukraine refinery attacks, all of that. You know, we can all stare at oil prices till we're blue in the face, but unless we have those refineries operating, you know, that's the disconnect here, is that gasoline is pretty high. Ultra low sulfur diesel retail prices are super high at about $5.30. So just a big disconnect right now. And all of it's really explained by what's going on at refineries here, where Some regions are seeing refineries operate at 100%. There's simply just not enough refining capacity right now.
And that is globally, we are running at max capacity, essentially, here in the United States. We're also exporting a lot because of the deficit we're seeing in other parts of the globe, particularly Russian exports. What are the risks here if, we have a hurricane or, a refinery
What are you
breaks
doing to us
down?
right now?
You want to get even busier and talk more, Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, Bertha was kind of a wake-up call. I mean, imagine if that was like a category 3, 4, or 5 storm. It would have, that's the absolute worst possible path is, hey, I'm going to just, I'll start in New Orleans. I'll hang along the coast. I'll hit Houston. I mean, yeah, to your point, we can't afford any downtime. And that gets me to the next point is some of the severe weather that Bertha did knock offline a refinery in Sweeney, Texas. We saw a power outage here in Illinois at a refinery over the weekend. So yeah, I mean, when everything is running full tilt, crack spreads approaching and hitting historic levels. I think the crack spread this morning about $68, $69 a barrel. And by the way, it was kind of an inflection moment that somebody was confused that I wasn't talking about the barrel of oil price. I was talking about the crack spread, and that's just how crazy crack spreads at nearly $70 a barrel. Refineries are printing money, but unfortunately, you can't build refineries overnight. And yeah, that's a risk. Hurricane season's a big one to keep an eye on, but knock on wood, we have El Nino.
Well, do you see, do you see any of this coming down any time soon? And how long, say there was an agreement tomorrow and we get traffic going through the strait and Houthis stop attacking Saudi Arabia's ships in the Red Sea. How long do you think that takes us to get anywhere back to normal? And will we get anywhere back to normal now that we have countries needing to refill their SPR?
Yeah, I mean, you have a very strong point there, is it could take many months. I think crack spreads now are probably going to proceed into November at elevated levels. So, oil and gasoline, obviously, too inherent, and diesel and jet fuel and everything else. I think that disconnect is probably going to continue at least for the next few months. And one of the reasons why is I just found out this term this morning. Have you heard of this Operation Osprey? Now we have Irving Oil naming their turnaround. They have full maintenance, 2 months of maintenance that's slated for September 8th through about mid-November. And Irving Oil, for those that don't know, is a very large refinery, 360,000 barrels a day in St. John in New Brunswick. And that's a big one for supplying the Atlantic coast. And you talk about refineries in Russia that have been attacked. 11, I believe, roughly 11 of their top 38 or so refineries have been attacked. It's probably not going to be easy for those refineries to get back online in the next few weeks, although I'm sure Russia's trying very hard because gas lines and gasoline stations running out of gas there is not politically popular. But then we have the slate of Shai. Even you mentioned that a lot of refineries, a couple of weeks ago, you mentioned a lot of refineries have been pushing as hard as possible, skipping maintenance. And there will come a point where maintenance is going to have to happen. And that's why I think crack spreads are probably going to be elevated into the fall. And that means even if oil does go down, and I think, the SPR, the US SPR, the exchanges that a lot of US oil companies are making, I haven't looked at the contracts on when those are going to be deliverable, but, I don't think this is a problem that goes away in the next 6 months. I think crack spreads are going to remain elevated through fall. And I think even if, to your point, if the Houthis stop attacking, if the strait fully reopens tomorrow, we still have at least several months of global inventories that need to catch up. And I think the market is a little bit disconnected from that reality that, you still have analysts warning about tank bottoms. Cushing is still sitting just within arm's reach of 20 million barrels. So, all the feel-good stories are there. But in the background, the reality is that there's a lot of catch-up that needs to happen.
Okay.
So what should we, we look at oil prices. Do you think oil prices are mispriced? And why do you think oil prices are reacting the way that they are to any sort of truce, or at least not lobbing missiles at each other?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I think that's shy. You and Anthony have some really great analysis for why that is too, and we all have our different hypotheses. But oil is getting caught up here, and it's not the sexy trade, right? AI, to what you were all saying in your previous segment, AI, chips have been a real popular trade, and oil has been too topsy turvy. I don't say literally manipulated, but when the president can say something and the market completely turns around, that's a trade that not a lot of people want to touch just because we don't know if something will develop overnight, right? It's not a for sure thing. So I think that's why oil is responding one way one day, but then the next day, I mean, there's just a lot of high level issues here that make this trade a little bit more risky than it traditionally is. I do think, though, on the refining sector, I think that's a sector that probably will remain stronger for the next 6 to 12 months. I mean, all the pressures on refineries right now. Ukraine probably is not going to just give up attacks on Russian oil refineries. If you look at U.S. refiners, that's a trade that is much more popular. But back to your original point, I don't think this is a problem that's going to disappear anytime soon. And I don't. I'd love to see it solved overnight, but at this point, who knows if that's going to happen? And still, I think even the apps like Kalshi and whatnot, these trades go back and forth on a daily basis. So it's just maybe people don't want to touch it.
Been in futures for a long time, and I always understand that markets, they don't care about something until they do, and it's always about the risk reward, right? Because crude oil, you've got a lot of those damn speculators in there, right? And the risk reward when we get up into the 90s, I think, is obviously not good because we keep selling back off because of what the president may say. So I think that you don't have a lot of people that want to hold positions, right? I mean, I understand that. And it's the same thing goes for being short when we get down into the 70s or even the high 60s like we were. But at what point does the fundamentals supersede that? Because the oil market is not the S&P 500, right? The S&P 500 is filled with speculators and day traders, and there's going to be a lot more of that ebb and flow where there isn't a supply and demand story that actually should supersede it. At what point does everything we see in the crack spreads and everything that you guys talk about really start to create a more stabilized, longer bull market in crude oil?
I think that's a great question, Anthony. And I think there's been a lot of talk on this about tank bottoms, right? We've all heard this. It's all over the place, whether it's Cushing, whether it's the SPR. People are starting to investigate where the limits are. Because I think the first story that gets changed from a tank bottom to a physical disruption is when the market suddenly springs back into reality. Because there's been a lot of opinions shared on both sides of the issue, but tank bottoms that could be theoretical, right? We don't really know where the tank bottoms are, but once you run out, that's what probably will spring the market into action. And I think that's a point where, you talk about the SPR, the tank bottoms, the EIA suggesting it might be 70 to 90 million barrels. Some geologists may disagree. There's tank bottoms at Cushing. Where are the functional limits? When we find those limits, I think that's where crude oil suddenly gets a lot stronger until the situation is rectified. That's just my opinion, though.
I mean, we're literally like, my wife, hopefully she's not listening to this. We're the reference of like, my wife waits till she's on E to get gas, right? We're like, I fill it up at halfway every time. I mean, that's where we are now, right? So you're telling me
it's like the Seinfeld episode where Kramer pushes that car as far as he can, and then he finds out that it runs out of gas. And that's what the market's doing. As soon as we figure it out, it's the oh crap moment. But until we get there.
I mean, that just seems crazy to me, right? That because when you look at energy markets, futures markets, you would think that the people who understand these real fundamentals would be in there supporting that fear of that tank going to E. I mean, you would think that most of them are buying it when it's half tank full because they know it's going to go to E unless you start to fill up today. And I can't wrap my head around how different of a world we live in from where we were, I don't think, too long ago, and it's just, I mean, obviously, we're almost out of time, but I think it comes down to, it really, in the most simplest way, it has to be the risk reward of what President Trump says on a day-to-day basis has kept people out of the actual fundamental theme.
Right.
I mean, is that what it is, Patrick? I mean, is that really what it just almost comes down to?
I mean, I think you've got a real strong argument there, and I think that there have been well published stories about people in the administration angling themselves and making bets on that. That people, I mean, that's kind of what you're going up against, Anthony. Is somebody in the administration may, some of that information may leak out on what's going to happen next. And I think that's where you're seeing the trades. But as soon as it becomes a physical disruption, I think the whole game changes from concept and from hypothesis to reality. And that's where the oil market suddenly will reverse itself. But like I said, I have only one opinion and everyone's got their own. So everyone might think differently. But until that happens, I think crack spreads are going to remain elevated. Gasoline and diesel and jet fuel prices are going to remain elevated for the next few months. We have maintenance and turnaround season coming up this fall. I think the crack spread it may fall back down from historic values, but I could see cracks, $35 to $55 a barrel in the fall when they're traditionally just maybe half of that.
Yeah, well, we got to end it there, Patrick. It's always so much fun to speak with you. Thank you so much for joining us on NinjaTrader Live.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Shai, you had to mention hurricanes.
I'm sorry.
What are you doing to me?
But it's a real risk because we just had Bertha, right? We just had a tropical storm.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're down here in
we're
in South Florida, folks.
I just wanted to emphasize.
You can cut the air with a knife right now. You go outside, it's like, I know I got a hoodie on because we keep it cold in here, but
it's hot.
Every time we start getting towards August, September, I start getting a little nervous. But again, Shai, I mean, we got to get to TTrades, but any final thoughts on what Patrick said today?
So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he seems to agree with me. It's all about crack story. That's where the pressure is showing up in the market as well as the curve. And just something to keep abreast of is that reality will set into this market and people will not be prepared for the turnaround in crude prices.
No. Well, again, we're waiting until the tank goes on E
right.
in order to fill
exactly.
it up. And it's just the reality of it. It's actually, real quick, it's the same thing when the tank got full during COVID.
Right.
And we went negative.
And we went negative, exactly.
Maybe that's the world we live in now. Everyone's waiting to leave. Maybe my wife has been onto something all these years. Not really. All right. Shai, we'll see you in chat.
All right.
All right. Let's bring in my boy T. What up, buddy?
Not much. My gas tank's pretty empty. Not going to lie.
I had you pegged for an electric car or no car.
I don't want to go in a microwave, man. I'm driving an RS-Q8.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fun.
All right. Yeah. He's zipping around. He's got his T hat on, his T mask.
I do sometimes. I do sometimes. I got a ticket and I slow down now, so they taught me my lesson.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's all it takes. I've been there, buddy. Now I'm like this. I got the summer wind on with Frank Sinatra in the background.
I had to take a little class, and 6 months.
Yeah.
6 months, I'll be back to speeding.
Yeah, and then it'll be years before you get again. It's the same cycle.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, first off, I want to congratulate you on 500K on your YouTube channel.
Thank you.
Well done, brother. Yep, and I know we had the team reach out to you, give a little package away for your audience. Again, well deserved. You're one of the best in the business, and I love seeing your success with your YouTube channel. It's really fantastic. I'm very happy for you.
Thank you. Yeah, the team reached out, and we'll be running a giveaway later this week. I'm putting it together. Takes a minute. So.
Yeah. So all right, T. Well, here we are on this morning, heading into tomorrow. We've got some earnings. We've got FOMC. This next segment is brought to you by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. T, what are we looking at coming into today? We're getting near the end of the month. I feel like it was just the other day you and I in here talking about a new month, and we're now getting ready to close out that month. What are you seeing?
It's we can start here with the indices. We have this range, and I'm still favoring longs, but I think it's going to wait for the new month. And if you notice, we didn't really get that continuation. So if we go back to last week, we were talking about being favorable to look long from here. It just doesn't get any displacement through this area, right? It hits this gap and then it rejects and then continues lower. So I'll just anticipate this to continue into the end of the month. Zooming out, we have this target right here, which is that previous month's low, that May low. So I'm looking for NASDAQ to hit that low. I don't really like that it just front ran it and missed it. But I think the most interesting thing to look at on the indices right now is the strength in YM. So you can see YM is just, trending higher right now while NASDAQ is falling lower. That leads to, the S&P having some consolidation. But I think it is really interesting if the Dow gets a continuation here and just keeps continuing higher. I think that can help us find a turning point in the indices here. But I would like to see, if we close like this on the month, the most favorable scenario for me is it's kind of going back to what oil looked like on the month, and we can go review that, but a sweep of that previous month's low and then see if we get a reaction there. And that's what I'd be looking for into the next month. And what does that look like? We can go into oil here. It looks like that, right? We have a big bearish month. Price opens up, sweeps the previous month's low, and then continues. So, indices is just more of a day by day for me right now. Because if I'm going to ever swing something, I don't really like to swing short on the indices. I really only like to swing long. So it's more of a day trading thing right now for me.
I'm with you. I mean, I moved into the swing trades myself. I mean, I just like holding positions longer. Do the best I can to find opportunities where I can hold into them. Weakness in NASDAQ, where are you starting to get really kind of interested? Because this divergence, to me, eventually it resolves itself, right? I mean, typically what we've seen this year, the NASDAQ resolved itself earlier in the year. I remember you and I were talking about it. Remember you and I were talking about this almost same exact situation. It's somewhat of a deja vu moment. Where you
back
remember
down
that?
Here.
Yep.
Yeah, it was this
so here we
Tuesday,
are again. Yeah.
The 31st.
So again, we talked about it there, and now here we are again in a situation where Dow's up, almost 1%. It's up almost 500 now. Nasdaq's down 200 and something bucks.
Mm-hmm.
We said if this unravels, it unravels with the Nasdaq trying to rally. Is that what you see again this time, or something?
That is what
different?
I'd prefer to see. Yeah. The only thing that kind of opposes that for me is if you look at the quarterly chart, we are still quite bearish on the quarterly candle. It is a small enough in terms of if it flipped bullish, it'd be a small enough wick it can still expand. But when do we get a new quarter? October. So if this next month doesn't really form anything, we're either bearish till the end of the quarter, this quarter we're in currently, or it's going to consolidate. So really the opening of this next month is kind of going to be really telling in terms of the long-term trend for me in the indices. Right now, I don't know what's going to happen. But I am favoring just a look off this previous month's low and then seeing if we can get a move higher. Because to me, this is still a consolidation. We run out the range low. We're bullish on the year. To me, everything still favors the upside. So I'm not, ditching that long-term bias just because of one bearish month.
Yeah. Well, again, next few days here as we close out the month into next month is going to be something really to keep your eye on. I think we're going to get a little bit more volatility maybe than we've been seeing as we close out this month into a new month with FOMC tomorrow too. I want to move on and talk about oil, because oil has been a topic of conversation obviously every morning for us in the macro panel, but I think for the day trader side it's been tough. We know that President Trump is just swinging Truth Social posts around and just shuffling oil prices up and down. Technically, where are we?
So for me, we spoke about this on this Tuesday in here, and I was bullish up into this gap. And for me, yes, we could see this continuation higher, but I wasn't interested in too much beyond that just because this is the area I'm looking for. And like I said, I want to be entering around the monthly open, before the body forms. Oil's a bit tough because, I can anticipate this move here. This stuff here, this is just something that I'm not going to anticipate. It's just either a continuation or reversal. I don't really know what's going on there. But for me on this, I would just, once again, we're just right at the end of the month. I don't really like trading right at the end of the month because I'd rather let it close and then I have new information. But the way I'm looking at this is, kind of using, if I use 50% of this monthly candle here, which is the July candle. This is the area that we'd have to hold if we're going to, get some sort of continuation higher in August here. So kind of already thinking about that because that level is not going to change unless we make a new high or a new low, which I don't think is very likely in the next couple days. And so I would just be watching to see, do we form some sort of swing in here that we can look to trade higher? But I'm just not a big fan because, we had this big range right here. We run out the low in the range, and now where are we? We go back to the middle of the range, and then now to me, it looks like it's going to consolidate. So it becomes less interesting.
I have the same opinion, honestly. I think crude oil market for short-term day traders right now is not the best. I just don't love it. And with all of the tweets and True Social posts and all the headlines, makes it for a tricky tape. And technically, if it's not clear by you, clean by you either, then here we are. Let's move on and talk about metals maybe. I mean, metals to me, they continue to trend weaker. No matter what happens in gold on a rally, I see a lot of people talking about, well, maybe gold is now bottomed. It held 4,000. 4,000 seems to be that round number everyone talks about, but yet we're really not getting too far off of it.
Yeah, I mean, so this is a pretty obvious consolidation on the monthly, and just going in about it within my model, we form two reversals in here, right? We have a reversal here where we just fail to form this continuation out. And then we have another reversal right in here, which we spoke about last week. We do get that closure over. Do we form a continuation out of this? No, we fail to form a continuation. So when we just continue to consolidate like this, I just want to zoom out and look out, and what do we see? We had a big bearish candle, and then we have this inside bar. So it's a consolidation. I'm just really favoring a run of this June low into August. And then it's kind of the exact same thing. Watch a reaction here. Do we form a reversal in which we can go back to this range high and then back towards, the middle of this monthly candle here from June? Or do we just get that breakdown, right? And so for me, it's just another if-then statement, but I am, keeping that same point of interest in terms of bias, right? I'm going to be bearish until we go hit this low, and then I'd watch the daily candles and see if we form a reaction here to flip bullish, or if we fail and we just break down, then it just continues this bearish trend. But right now, there's nothing bullish about this price action, right? There's two attempted reversals in here that both failed, which just shows me that it's quite weak.
Big picture support if we were to fail below here. I'm curious what you have.
Yeah, we're going to have to go out to like the monthly on this. We're going to have to refine that to the daily. It's kind of tough because this is a little bit of a no man's land. And what do I mean by that is I like to look at previous highs and then the previous lows. And if you look, here's the previous highs. Do the previous lows overlap with it? No. And then they do there. So it's really just kind of this whole area right in here from 3,700 to 4,000, which is like not a good area. I could use maybe 50% of that. So right around 3,850, somewhere in there. But for me, I'll just focus more on, okay, I have this pretty big area. It's not very specific. I'm just going to use the daily chart in this area and watch the price action. Because it's not like oil where we go back and we had that really obvious low, right? There's nothing super obvious in this area for me to just say, hey, I'd want to see this hold. So it's kind of a no man's land, if that makes sense.
No, it totally does, because when I keep looking at gold and I'm looking at it, I've been out of it in my longer term portfolio as well. Dare I say I want to buy some of the ETF on a future show. But yeah, I mean, gold is not showing me anywhere in this area where you can lean on this low for maybe a quick trade. But if it starts to break through it, boy, everybody, do metals start to get busy again? That's all I'm saying. I think that gold gets into that 200, 300, 400 point range where it could be pretty wild.
That's a very decisive point. Yeah, I agree. In terms of the long-term trend, if we're going to form some sort of low, I do want to see it in here. If we're going to trade back higher, if we fail this area, I think there's definitely some room to the downside. So.
All right, two more markets with 2 minutes to go. I have to ask you about quick. Okay, I was going to say dollar and maybe spill into the bonds a little bit, and then we'll take a look at Bitcoin.
So dollar, we spoke about this, and this has kind of been our bias, is we've had this range. We took out the range low, and then we've just been focusing on this moving higher, right? And we spoke about it last week where we didn't have a swing to trade away from here. We'd want to see a consolidation, right? We had a consolidation. We sweep that out. We have a new swing. And then we have this little gap in here. We open up Monday, we form another swing. So for me, the bias on dollar this week is pretty one-sided in terms of reaching for this previous high, being bullish. And so that just makes me bullish on dollar, bearish on foreign currencies for this week, reaching up into that previous monthly structure up here. And so, you can take a look at that, but same thing, we'll go to take a look at euro. I need people like to look at the euro. I'm just looking for the euro to trade into this low, pretty simply. So that's pretty quick bias on dollar. We can go take a look at bonds here. I haven't looked at bonds. So yeah, this is going to be another one where it's just waiting for the new month and then seeing if we form a swing here and have some aggressive move, then we just go run this low. But to me, there's not a lot to do on the bonds here. We do have, it's just kind of ranging, on a higher time frame. So, but
Well,
I'd
we're
be
going to see what
bearish.
FOMC brings tomorrow. Yeah,
Bearish on bonds, so bullish rates.
Bearish on bonds, bullish rates. Yeah, I mean, again, we'll see what that does to the overall market as tomorrow, FOMC day. So everyone will be talking about that. Keep your ZB chart up. 30 seconds left. Let's take a look at Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. Yeah, so Bitcoin has my level. It's been a bit choppy, right? We have this initial move and we're just chopping around. I still keep that same idea where I would want to see this 67K mark. This is obviously bearish in here, but if I'm wanting to trade it to the downside, I can't really, Bitcoin does sometimes make all those failure swings and then gets the momentum as it kind of does here. But I would want to see this ran out to be either a breakout to the upside or to go to the downside. I'm less interested in Bitcoin while it just ranges in this area.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin, man, I thought it would come into favor at some point over the last couple months. You and I were talking about it a little bit when it was like that sloppy low. And again, it's the most sideways, the grindy lower market out there right now. So if you like to be tortured,
I mean, I don't know if you can
we have a
sell
market for you.
Bitcoin options, but there you go.
I mean, exactly. That's the play. All right, T. Again, congratulations on the 500K. Everyone in chat, go check out what T is doing on his YouTube channel and follow him on X. And he is here with us every Tuesday. Tuesdays with T. T, we'll see you next week, bud.
Yeah, good to see you. Have fun with the humidity. I'm hating it.
All right, everybody. Well, we're set for black boxes with black. I said that kind of slow, like black boxes. It's black boxes with Christian and Merritt. So get some enthusiasm in there, Anthony. Let's go. Speaking of enthusiasm, July 29th, Discord, me and Brett Simba. If you caught the last one with me and AJ, it was a lot of fun. Off the cuff. Going to talk with Simba about who knows what. It's a little different vibe going on in there in the Discord. Chat is electric. It was a whole lot of fun. We'll be doing some giveaways for Tradeify and on the Ninja side as well. But you got to be in the Discord. So go in there. The link will be in the chat. Check us out on Discord. We're going to have a lot more stuff going on there. We're just getting started. Discord's only a week out and already, I think, 1,000 people in there plus. So, again, looking forward to see you in all in Discord. But for now, we're on YouTube. Let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. All right, I'm just looking to see what we got going on here. I didn't see if Chris was going to come out with with some Bass Pro Shop. Maybe I was going to see. Do you think he was going to have like a fishing pole in the background, Merritt? Like add that to his backdrop, something like that, or like one of those fish that he has on a plaque.
Look like an Orvis shop out there behind him. Yeah,
the one that sings and turns to you.
He's tying his own flies now. He's got like the little.
The singing bass from The Sopranos, Chris.
That one.
Trophy fish. Yeah, well, it didn't happen. I was hoping for it. It didn't.
Look, I'm a man of many talents, okay?
That's right.
Yeah.
I like a good, you're at a good dive bar when they've got one of those little singing bass on the wall. You know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
And that, you're in a good spot when they've got one.
Yeah.
Maybe a leg lamp.
Yeah. I love seeing a leg lamp out in public.
Yeah.
Do people in chat know what the leg lamp is?
Fragile. It must be Italian.
I think so. They're older.
Yeah, maybe they do. Yeah. Thanks. They're probably the older guys.
Listen, well, don't make me make my hair grayer for Halloween again, okay?
Oh, don't even do it. Don't even go there. Don't even. Any positions on, boys, coming into this Tuesday here? Pre-FOMC, day in advance? Anything?
Flat here.
I was short overnight, but I closed it once we start to reverse.
All right, let's go with Chris first then.
All right, so I'll go with the 4 hour here. We continue to move lower. I'm mostly tracking NQ, but I'll cover both quickly. We are breaking down here. Now, the good thing about this, or not the good thing, is that after this breakdown, we have not seen a bounce to the 9 SMA to create a lower high. So we're still in the lower low the first lower low area as we sort of come into the bottom of this wedging channel that we're building. So as long as we hold here, maybe hold prior day low, we can get a bounce up into the 9 SMA, a simple bounce to follow the trend structure that we're in, maybe back to this prior week low and then reject. If not, then hey, we are going to see lower into that 650, 680 area for ES. It's been stronger, did not make a new low versus the NQ. So there's as of now, a pretty strong divergence on the daily's chart. However, we did backtest the 7460 zone, which is the bull bear zone line of this large multi-week consolidation. So unless we can reclaim it today or tomorrow, then this says that we should move lower, continue the downtrend that we've been in, and take out those lows. If not, then we get a little bit of acceptance at 7460s and push out. As far as the trade plan for today for NQ, my plan is that because we have not reached or seek the bounce into the 4-hour to put in a 9 SMA lower high, is that if we can hold this sort of falling wedge breakout, hold the prior day low, then we get that push into 150, 200 to get that 4-hour lower high. If we don't, then we sort of fail to really reclaim this 28,000, then okay, it may not be ready and we may come down here to the overnight lows, maybe take them out and then bounce. But it really depends here on prior day low, right? That's what I'm mainly watching. Can we hold above it? If so, then that says buyers can step in and push it higher to just seek a lower high, right? There's no uptrend yet. And if we cannot, then we go back down to lows.
You know, Chris, this divergence has been something to see. I know that Jem Carson calls it the summer of George. I've been calling it the summer of divergence. And has that been trickier for you when you have this much divergence in the tape? I mean, feeling that intraday action, has it been noticeable in the NASDAQ where it's just been kind of maybe a little bit different than what you would, see in a market that, because it has been trending lower, but from that, you have that feeling as a short-term day trader when you're in these positions. What's just the trade been like for you?
I do feel that mostly in an uptrend. It doesn't really, I don't see any change here so far because NQ is having follow through in its trend sequence. So shorts have done very well. In an uptrend, when there's a strong divergence and ES is leading, NQ is struggling so much. It's very choppy. It has a lot of fails, breaks, a lot of stop outs on longs. But I'm not seeing that on the short side. I also have a systematic strategy that I use, and it's been having no problem. It's doing really well in this environment. So I think if it was the opposite, yes, but we're seeing just such a heavy destruction in the semiconductor and memory space that follow through lower is just no problem for NQ at the moment.
Yeah, real sellers. Merritt, we go to you. What are you looking at on this Tuesday morning? Is it indexes? Is it something else? What are you seeing?
I'll start real quick with indices. I think the story, if I expand this top left chart here for you guys, for y'all, if we start at the beginning of last week, okay, the 19th, whatever it is, and we take a look at what was the volume for the prior week. Here's that profile, big profile here, smaller profile there, right? Or distribution, I should say, of the profile. What happened last week? We tried to break up. We're open in the lower profile. We try to break up, reject it, poke below, reject, above into this LVN again, reject. Oh, we're really compressing into it. I was swing long actually, right? I was swing long buying all these dips, trying to get this move up higher. We could not accept into this upper distribution. So finally, we get the breakdown. What do we have so far this week now that we have last week's profile? Last week's profile to me is very similar. The main distribution is this guy right here. I'm ignoring this little notch right here. There's a little bit of volume there, but it's not really a big deal. Here's the main lower distribution. So what have we done this week? We open at the edge of the upper, try to trade into it, fail beautifully, run down to the lower edge of the lower distribution, and we are chopping around, right? Just like we were last week, chopping around in the lower distribution. That's what's going on this week. So, to me, that says play mean reversion in this area, short from the upper edge long from the lower edge, and then see if any, until something changes. So to me, that's a really good kind of like plan for the week, right? Using that time frame, because we're at a really good inflection here in the S&P. I think that it's still, I was swing long all last week and adding and scaling out and really liking that position, thought it was a really good one from a good trade location. It's not all that different where we are here now. The uptrend for the year is still trying to hold. Gun to my head, I think we make a little bit better excess on the lows, over the past couple months, and then restabilize, and then the swing will be on like Donkey Kong. But until then, that's the plan, to trade what's in front of me. Man, and this hurts me to say based on some physical positions and whatnot, but gold is looking heavy. Anybody want any physical?
3,500 bid, Merritt.
Honestly, not a. We might as well. Yeah, I think gold is really looking heavy. I think unless it stabilizes back above value area high for the year, 4150, I think it's in trouble. Yeah, those are the two main reads that I have right now.
I have the exact same reads. I mean, I think this rotation that we're seeing is going to work its way out, resolve its way back out to the upside. This is so similar to what we saw earlier in the year. NASDAQ gets weaker, the semis get way ahead of themselves, the chip stocks, then they start to fall apart. Like Chris is saying, you see some real sellers. Those people are taking chips off the table. Did I go there? I did. And then they go and they're buying industrials. They're doing other things. And again, that is not a sign of an overall weak suite of indexes. I mean, it's just not. I mean, in my opinion. So again, we'll see how it resolves itself. You never know. And again, I agree with you on gold. I've been saying it for a while. If you want to sell a rally, you sell it in gold. It's below the year-to-date VWAP. Every rally continues to get sold. Interest rates sitting at the highest they've been in some time. Gold has just been out of favor. So anyway, we'll see if that makes a new low, what that looks like, Merritt. I think it gets really busy below 4,000. I think some real good day trading markets below there if that happens. But
yeah,
anyway.
I on one hand would love to see it.
Yeah. All right, guys. Chat, have a great day. Show some love for my boys. Hit like and subscribe. We're chipping away at 250K. And again, enjoy Black Boxes with my boys, Merritt and Chris. Chris, I'll see you later. Merritt as well. All right, guys, I'll see you.
See you, brother.
Take care, Daly. Enjoy your week.
Oh, I forgot to tell Deli. He was talking about the humidity. One little secret about me, I love it. 80, 90% humidity. I feel like I'm just at home. I absolutely love it.
I like it too.
Nice.
Do we finally have something in
I
common?
love that about you. No, we're brothers from a different mother. That's why we fight all the time.
Yeah. He stole my toys growing up, guys.
Brothers don't shake hands. Brothers gotta hug.
Yo, they were ready.
Yeah.
It's just like a keyword search, brothers, and then they select the clip.
Good morning to you, chat. Hadn't said hello yet. Yeah, honestly, I thought they were going to come when I first when the brain was like, oh, clip is being played. I thought it was going to be Step Brothers for sure.
Did we just become best friends? Yup.
Yo, Dilly calling Hairspray. He has a direct line to the CEO. I need 800 bottles stat. Humidity's coming. Humidity call.
Surely that coarse 10 gauge wire hair of yours, Crudele, does not frizz in the humidity. Surely. Of course I'm sure. Don't call me Shirley. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Cooper.
How's
It
everybody
is, it is
doing?
interesting. I haven't pulled up a chart of NQ in, I don't know, a couple months probably. NQ's almost down at its VWAP for the year, while the S&P is trying to maintain an uptrend.
It's been great. It's been downtrending very well. It's been a great, as a trend follower, this is where I thrive. All my strategies have been doing well. The IB strat killing it. I love it.
I'm loving it.
You're gonna scalp some ES today?
Did you do that whistle?
No. When do we buy SNDK? I mean, it is into its weekly support area, this 20 EMA on the weekly, 20 EMA cloud. It's down 50%. Wow. 50% in a month, huh? That's crazy. Ola. Yeah, Asia market has been great. 2020. Great month for the IB strat. This is your first time here. Welcome, Beatriz. Oh, a fellow native. Hola, as they say in our motherland. Yes, we teach, we walk through our morning plan, our process, what we're looking at. We share what we're looking for. We do start at 9 a.m. Eastern. And if you watch that first part, you can see not just us, everybody in the morning, all the traders break down what they're looking for that day, that morning, where they're looking to trade, right, location-wise. And then during the session, we look to do our best and execute in areas that we planned and see what happens, manage that position, and then do it again the next day. Oh, another first time at Laura. Are you
Welcome,
a fellow
welcome.
native as well? Hola.
Hey, Merritt, what indicators do you using on your chart? Not much. I have the sub pane here, cumulative delta. As you can see, that's just my preferred tool for reading order flow. And then I have on the top left, I have the yellow weekly volume profiles, and I have a weekly VWAP. Bottom left chart, I have daily volume profiles. And then up here on the intraday chart, I have a VWAP running, and then I have a custom experimental kind of fun thing that essentially tells me, with all these little dots and arrows, when, from a quantitative model, when what we call rhythm, the zig and the zag, the ebb and the flow, it's not repainting or hindsight, or it doesn't know, like a zigzag indicator is, but for the variables that I might look at of momentum and things like that, where are we likely to start looking for tops or bottoms to time pullback trades, which is how I enter markets And so right here, if I was looking to trade, I'd be looking to trade short for this execution model, if you will, because it's showing red dots. Because simply we've rotated higher. I'm a pullback trader. That's all. Keep it simple. The tools, they each have a job description. They each have something that they're there for a reason.
What indicators do I use, Dan? I use the 9 SMA, the 20 and the 50 EMA, which is this cloud, and then the RSI. Oh, and then also the zones here that you see. This is my indicator. That's pretty much it. I keep it. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 indicators on my chart.
I don't believe anyone Meximangan. I don't think anyone on the NinjaTrader Live crew mainly trades CL.
No.
I'd go so far as to say that most everyone focuses on either ES or NQ, and then you have guys like myself and TTrades and whatnot who will put on trades in about a dozen different of the most liquid futures products out there.
Jack trades multiple contracts, or not contracts, products.
Who?
Jack.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Jack is another one he'll be in, especially the kind of the same as me, like gold, oil.
Yeah, whatever's
bonds.
moving. Yeah. Jacob, have I noticed since you've been live streaming your trading that your processes have become easier because you're having to do them while doing other things, or has it changed at all? The streaming has helped me become even a little bit more disciplined in my trades. I tend to be aggressive, and I try not to do that. Sometimes I would say 5-10% of the time, maybe I'll do it and I'll put on some aggressive trades. But usually, other than that, no. Since I already have a group and I have a sort of structure that I break down things with the morning plan and reviews and all of that, I've already had that sort of process established before the stream. But I will say the streaming did help, to minimize my aggressiveness in certain locations. Do my zones repaint over time? Yeah. They're there. A little bit choppy up here, but I think as long as we hold prior day low, I do think we get a bounce into the 150 to prior week low area. Let's say 150 to 200, 220s, also June's low. So there's like a cluster of resistance up there. Prior week low, June's low, the 4-hour 9 SMA. So
cluster of resistance right here as well, isn't there?
Oh yeah, in the short term.
In the S&P. I don't know about the NASDAQ.
Yeah, the S&P to me has a big one. The 7460s area is my version of. I don't know if you guys look at something as like a bull bear zone, like the sort of midpoint of a balance area. Maybe you guys call that point of control, like the midpoint of a balance area. What is that? What do you guys call that?
The point of control is the most traded price. But to me, 7460s, I mean, I guess it depends on what time frame you're looking at, but on all these daily profiles, on the weekly profile, it's the upper edge. It's where the volume starts to dry up. That's why it's kind of, I agree, that's the exact resistance point I was talking about with Delhi.
Yeah. Okay, so you see it as the upper edge. Okay, I see it as the midpoint between the 73, between what? 72.50s to 76.30s range. It's like the perfect midpoint. So I call it the bull bear zone. But yeah, that is big. So I'm looking primarily for scenario 1 here in NQ. I know we are still in a downtrend, and I've been shorting these moves, but we are pretty extended from the 4-hour SMA, and if we do correct through time here and hold prior day low, I do think we get scenario 1. But if not, it'll fail, and then we'll continue looking for lower. So we'll see. Chris, for aggressive trades, do you acknowledge how aggressive the trade is before you enter, or when you? I can notice before, because my aggressive approach would be like entering earlier before my entry trigger, or sizing up my trade. But it's mostly on, it's that type of day that we're having. I'm usually more aggressive on the upside. When we're in a strong directional uptrend, I will put on larger size. I will hold overnight very easily, and I would just anticipate setups because I just know that structure so well. If you're just starting out, Dan, I'll probably stay away from the NASDAQ. It's going to be a little crazy.
If you're let's say you did a lot of gaming and you're good at that like fast twitch, and whatnot. Quite simply, NASDAQ is a faster moving market. So it requires swiftness. It requires quicker risk discipline because it will be against you and you will be offsides quickly. So if you don't have that, then yeah, it's probably not a good spot. But there's a reason a ton of people trade it. They like it, and it helps with impatience because a lot of times it's either right or wrong fairly quickly, so you don't have to just sit there and watch paint dry waiting for that. So I would go so far as to say that's why most people trade it. But there is no right or wrong when it comes to, is this a good market for you? It's up to you. It's up to the strategy. It's up to,
Yep.
a lot of that stuff.
It's
You always
the
want to, at the
objective.
beginning, you just want to try it. Try stuff in sim, of course, and see what you like.
Be objective based in all your trading decisions. That is the only way to find answers.
I wish I had a better opportunity to short here. I feel like I want the short.
Yeah, I don't quite see it for ES. All right, so NQ's pulling back. How many R's am I going for today? Well, I think everybody tries to go for all the R's every day, but sometimes it's negative R's.
Look at that. Look at that. Should have done it. Look at that.
Hey, there's no should-haves.
You're right.
Okay, so we're coming into the prior day low for NQ. So this is really like my midpoint here. If we can hold, then I think sideways to higher. If not, we're going to go back to the lows. Prior day low is at 938. Something like that. 938, 939. So we're right here.
Oh,
All right. Let's see what happens here into the open. Still in a downtrend. Oh, what a gap down. So far, we have held prior day low, undercut it just by a bit. Let's see if we can continue to hold or not. Wow, 0 gap down in SPY and pretty big gap down in Qs. Interesting. What a divergence. NQ is just following the Korean market at this point. What do I think of the massive spike in SMH and volume spike in SMH? You know, it is the highest since 2018. The SOXX ETF did not have the same volume, so I'm wondering what the divergence is there. Those high volume prints usually mark a bottom, but it doesn't look like it so far. Definitely something to track. Hey, Benji.
so I
17R.
took the little micro pullback short after the open.
Oh, okay.
Not going to be something I hang around in just because it's compromised from a rhythm perspective. But it was a good spot to go for a little opening momentum.
Then the shaded indicator here is a EMA cloud. It's between the 20 EMA and the 50 EMA, if that is what you're referring to. All right, let's see here. Q's just NQ's not. Okay, so we lost prior day low in NQ, which means I now have to follow scenario 2 from this plan. So unless prior day low is reclaimed now, that will act as resistance on a bounce, or it can act as resistance, and then look for new lows where we can then undercut it and bounce or form acceptance like in scenario 2.1 and then move lower. So I will be looking for either some acceptance near the lows, which can indicate that buyers are not going to push it up again, right? We get a little wedging structure and then I can short that. Or maybe there's an opportunity where we back test prior day low and then set up a reversal, a bearish reversal for a short. So those are the two setups that I'm watching here. And prior day low is at 939. Let's just draw this as prior day low.
Probably looking to scale some off here quickly. We just rejected VWAP from below. A little passive seller right there helping out. No, we're back above VWAP. I'll scale a little bit. Sellers showing back up. A little bit of a battle here around the VPOC for the session. why the position's not showing. Don't have this.
Semis are selling off. SNDK with the gap down. ARM wants to make new lows here. You know, the strongest one, Micron, Dell, and AMD are not holding their recent bounce gains. Dell was like the strongest chart. Now back to gap support. We do, you know, we already oversold on the daily and NQ, so
Huge buying.
we can see a bounce. All right, so we're getting closer to the overnight lows here at 850s. If we form some acceptance down there, I will be looking for a short. So far, nothing for me to do here.
Well, for sure, I'd have to scratch out of that with that amount of buying.
Yeah, the perfect lower high there. Or push lower, see if it makes a new low.
See, yeah, for me, I didn't get any red dots, which is, I say tongue in cheek. It's just, and that's the same thing with where I shorted. Remember, I called it like a micro. Like these moves up are just not a full rhythm type move. Sometimes that could be indicative of a market that's the buyer side is really, really struggling. I don't see that on the tape. So I still feel really vulnerable in this position to a kind of a normal rotation up into 75.50s, 74.50s. So if this threatens that same high again, I'll stand aside and just take the small W.
All right, new lows. Very nice drop. ES is holding so much better. All right, so we're at new lows. Scenario 2 here. If we can form some acceptance, I'll look for a breakdown trade. But there's nothing for me here.
Added to the short. Super tight risk on the ad. It's just a momentum play. Run stops through these lows. There it is by a tick. Looking for more. This is not good momentum, so I'm finger on the trigger, using hotkeys. I'll bail out of this if it starts to bounce back through entry of the ads. Some stops to be ran into 74.32.
All right. We're new lows, looking for a bounce now to short and get aligned with it.
Scaled out of half the ad. Scaled out of the rest of the ad. So now my average price is, quote unquote wrong. I'm still short from whatever it was, 74, close to 74.50. But now it's showing my average price from the ads, which I've taken off. A LIFO versus FIFO. You gotta love it. Really good exit on those ads. Tried to get the 74.32 area, didn't get it. Saw the turn on the tape, a little bit of speed of tape shift there, and came out, and now it's above where I'd added. It is, guys, it is psychologically tough when you're in a winning trade to look at with after some scaling out and adding and stuff, to look at the position marker and see that it's negative. It really messes with you. Don't let it mess with you.
I just see it as unrealized gains. Since your short is higher, your actual short idea.
Right. It's like, no, I had a better trade location. I want credit for that. Show me on the chart marker.
No bounce. No bounce for me.
That right there is what I was looking for that ad. Still got the piece of it. I don't even have NQ charts pulled up. I don't care what NQ's doing. I don't care what its delta's doing. I'm trading the S&P. Unlike everyone else in the world, I don't believe in one market doing one thing means something for another market doing another. I'm the last man standing. All right, I'm going to scale out of my second third of this three-lot position from wherever it's from, 74.50, call it, probably 49. Because we're at the -2 standard deviation. We are now all the way down. If you look at my full charts, it was right in front of this lower edge. You see, I drew 2 blue lines on this daily profile chart to represent kind of the general bounds of where all these profiles were. So that's that range I was talking about with Delhi pre-market. I shorted at the little micro hold over here, right? Just breaks below, retest, starts to turn after the open, shorted there. Wanted to short up here, held off. And now we're at the lower edge, so it makes sense to take risk off. The question is it appropriate to leave a runner on for more? See if we get lucky, if there's a larger breakdown.
Yeah, that would it would tag prior day low for you.
Another thing I told Delhi pre-market was those lows are, well, I guess the way I phrased it was ES trying to hold uptrend for the year. I would not be surprised if we go down and create better excess through the lows of the past couple months. So that's kind of what keeps me hanging on here to this core position. Otherwise,
Like
I'd be
June's low?
level to level. Do what?
June's low, is that what you're talking about?
I am mainly talking about the lows from the past 2 weeks, but yeah, June's low could definitely be included. But for this trade, I'm focused on taking out, 74.12, right?
Oh yeah, prior week low, which has been a good low. We haven't been able to break that. Maybe today, this is the day after this rejection from the daily bull bear zone.
Based on how many stops I assume, you never know. I don't see stop orders in the book, but based on my read, there are stops at 19, 16, 12, 09. There's just stops all through that area. And a lot of times the market likes to go run them. And when it happens, it usually happens with a lot of energy and happens quickly.
Yeah, it's at least prior day low. NQ down into next support area here at 650s area. Below here, I have 540s. I would be surprised if it goes there in the same drop. 540 was April's monthly high, I want to say. Yeah, 540 was April's high.
That might be a swing low right there. Little short squeeze here. Already scaled the low, so I don't need to do anything here as much as I'd like to.
What is the name of the indicator that I have that changes color? The EMA cloud. It's a EMA cloud. I can create one for NinjaTrader if you guys like. If you guys use the EMA cloud. Oh, nice. Yeah, this one can use an update. Nice job. Did you learn? I have no short on. No, my setup did not trigger on this move, and there has been no bounce for me to short. So I will wait. So 840s was the overnight low support. So I'm going to be looking there as first area of a reversal. If we reclaim that, then can we put in a fill breakdown? I mean, that'll be a pretty big fill breakdown. ES did not take out prior day low.
Mm-mm.
And it remains in a what, 2-day range since Thursday. So 1, 2, 3, 4 in a 4-day
today's day
range
4.
here. Yeah. From 74 tenths, 74.15, let's say, to 74.60s.
And you can look at the daily volume profile, that bottom left chart of mine. You can see all 4 days with their VPOCs, those main balances. They're all clustered in this area.
Yeah.
That was, again, I called it a short squeeze. You don't hear me use that term very often. That was nobody buying that thing on the way up, guys. That was a squeeze them out on kind of liquidity vacuum. So we'll see if the sellers show back up here or not. So far, as we've retraced half of that up move, so to speak, not great selling behind it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'll be looking to trade those, but there needs more volume. More volume needs to come in on those single stocks. Can't hold overnight with little volume. I think only 40 contracts traded yesterday for, what was it, NVIDIA?
I can't tell that it's covering for sure, Wonky Cake, but when a market moves that quickly after trying to sell off in indices without, there's a lot of qualifiers here, without strong, aggressive buying behind it, that's what I tend to think. So market going rotational here intraday, holding back inside the standard deviations. I'm flat. Good short.
Throw your hands in the air if you's a true player.
Great trade.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
No bounce yet into 840s. Yeah, Merritt needs some more of a Nashville kind of song.
When I have my you see, we all need our custom like walkout song for winning trades, don't we? I'll take the theme song to Succession as mine. What do y'all think? Is that a good fit? That song gets me hyped. Thank you, my cabbage.
What you call me?
Thank you, Alex. And I will pick Chris's for him.
Okay.
the first couple seasons, early season intro song, and he's laughing. He thinks I'm about to mess with him. No, it's a good one. I really mean it. It's a good one. To Narcos.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Do they have them? Do they have
I
those
don't know.
songs?
I don't know. We'll see if they get them. Oh, the sellers are kind of holding it here. Should I have expected the deeper pullback? It's the first decent. It's the first red dots of the RTH session. But for me, going all the way to VWAP is a sign that there's no actual downtrend in effect, that it's still rotational. So for that reason, I was out. When I picked your song, Robin Sage says, "Is it 'cause he's Mexican?"
Rude. How dare you, Merritt?
Bra. Soy un
Jack to the pits. Oh, dang. What a name. How's my IB strat doing? It's doing really well. Let's see. Let me update. Do I need to update? I haven't updated yesterday's trade, which was I ended up holding overnight. So I have not had time to update it. But it was a good, strong winning trade. But here are the stats since for the month of July here. So far, a 42% winning rate. It has achieved before last night. Okay, yesterday I'd say it made maybe 2.3 R maybe. So before yesterday, 10.7 R. So this is a performance from July. My own performance is less than this because I missed a big trade that triggered at 9:30 my time at night, and I called it at night at 9:20, and I had a human error when I was on a call with Delhi one night. But this is the performance of the strat so far this month. It's doing really well.
If the S&P had taken out all those lows, I would assure you I would be stalking long here. But it didn't.
Yeah, it remains weak.
So I'm not.
And I have no bounce for a setup here, guys. So I can't do anything unless I was short from the highs or somebody was short from the highs. There's no setup here for me. I have to continue to wait.
Little stop run play here, bang back into the short.
Oh, Biblical says I used the IB strat trade twice yesterday and it was great. Fantastic. What's the profit factor and Sharp of your strategy? Let me see.
It's a family show, guys. We're not talking sharp ratios. Plus, who uses sharp? It's all Sortino these days. Come on.
I like Sortino better.
Of course. Absolute return all day, son. Here it is. You guys watching? Here it is. Here it is. No, the large trade, any large trade indicator is just it's not even close to the same thing as what cumulative delta will show you. Very, very different things. Let's see, consumer confidence here shortly. Right now.
Just do it. Do what? We do have an SMT here at divergence. NQ made a new low. ES did not. So maybe this puts in the low here for a bounce, but nothing so far. Yeah, it looks like it's going to hold. All right, let's see if we can get a back test of the overnight low for a short opportunity, which is this 840 zone right here. I'm surprised that once again, ES did not crack that 4-day support. Wow.
The night is young. Still not a lot of buying on the tape.
All right, Merritt, is this good or not? So the profit factor, 2.3, Sortino ratio, per trade, 1.002.
That's not good.
23.24 annualized.
Yeah, I think it's been a minute since I've been in that world, but I think Sortino is almost always presented annualized.
Okay.
So 2023 would be literally off the charts good. Like, yeah.
I mean, it is up 500 as of today.
Right.
Let's see. Today
All
the
right,
balance is 43,500.
Oh, six trading. No, I do not use a footprint chart currently. I did for years and years. It's a perfectly good tool. I just kind of simplified. But when I talk about imbalance, that's what the word I use for trend. A lot of auction market theory people, they say there's two states to a market: imbalance or trending, or balance, range bound, right?
Yep.
Balance or imbalance. So that's what I mean when I use those words.
All right. So since March 10th, it's up 570%. And we'll see what it's at the end of the year. But I think it can hit 1,000% based on its performance so far.
You're gonna have to start using a hypothetical performance disclaimer.
It's the live Ninja account, you know.
Oh, I just meant like
because of the numbers
not
that I'm
hypothetical. What's it called? Past performance is not indicative of future results.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it's at.
He's looking for tres comas.
You know, I'm still going through human errors. So my goal, you know what, I will share, I did enter the United States trading competition yesterday, 7 months late, but I wanted that extra.
No. What is this?
That extra oversight. So we'll see what it's at the end of the. Could I automate it? No. The rules are funky. We're holding. Yeah, it has a 52% win rate. Expectancy
Took a small
rate
loss there.
1.9 R.
Weak buying on the up leg. It was enough of a counter rotation higher. It started to have a little bit of a momentum shift down. I gave it a shot. I felt like those lows are just still super vulnerable.
All right, so we're getting the bounce. You know, we're still pretty extended from the 4-hour SMA. So I do think we can get a strong bounce. I just don't like buying the lows like this. Plus, my setup down here didn't really form. This is a bullish engulfing candle for the 90-minute reversal. I think if we reclaim 840s, 850s, that would be a pretty big fell breakdown on the hourly.
Trying short once more. Stopperino. There's some buying.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on if it turns into a fell breakdown. That would be something.
Need to expand our delta a little bit here.
And we did have a divergence at the lows.
Back in the short.
I'm interested in a short as well if we create a proper higher high, higher low structure and then look for new lows. But I'm going to be watching here. I'm also going to be watching for a potential wedge structure to dictate my next trade or my first trade of the day. Well, actually, I did trade earlier by closing my IB strat short.
I'll scale out 25% here.
Good job. Man, that triggered so fast for NQ. It's not on it.
Still rotational. I'm making an exception by being in this position. Buyers coming in. I'm now down to half my position scaled out. Because I don't like the tape.
Okay, so far we are building this wedging structure. So as of now, it is respecting it. But it did bounce and then reject back down. Hey, thanks, Prism. Says you guys are the best two on here. Practical, technical, outside of the box, humorous, good traders that are worth
Textual.
listening to.
What?
Contextual, yeah. Alex, I share a lot of the IB strat here. I share a lot of it. The actual, rules and back testing and live forward testing is something that's offered in the Discord I have. Thanks, Craig. Thanks, Yo Mama. All right, so that was a bounce in the 20 EMA cloud. We are building a wedging structure here. If we can hold the lows, I am interested in a long. Yeah, ES is just doing such a great job at holding. We are holding this wedge here. So my trade idea will be either a break of it or a breakdown of it. But I'll probably, if it is a breakdown, I'll probably be conservative with stop. It's a very big move. You're still in your short?
Yeah. These sellers need to flush this area, and I don't know what's happening.
Thanks, Robin. I get those letters every week. I know. What indicator, Paul or Manish? ES fails here, maybe prior week low now.
All right, that's about all I can expect. That's what they needed to do right there. Whether or not they go get the lows, low, is TBD. But they at least spent the energy as they were supposed to right there. Can you explain the red and green? Green is general areas for the way I see markets that I'll be looking to execute. Doesn't mean there's a trade there. It means for my execution model, if you will. It's where I'd be looking to get long or take profits if short. Vice versa for red. Be looking to initiate short or take profits if long. Okay, need to scale out some more here.
Let's see if there's follow through on this breakdown to new lows. If not, I will close my short. It did hit 1R. I want to see if we make a new low though. Actually be a little bit more conservative.
I'm up 3R here on this core position, looking for
Oh,
more.
blessed.
Looking for
All
more.
right. I took some
I'm up
off
4R
here.
in this position. I'm looking for more.
Oh, he's up 8R. He's up 27R, guys.
Flush them.
All right, guys. So we got the wedge structure. We broke down. I took the short there. I just peed myself a
You
bit.
just what? Could you guys clip that? Could y'all clip that, please? Did anyone else get that?
I didn't say that.
You
okay?
did. You did. Everyone here knows it. Okay, guys, we're going down towards 74.10. I just peed myself, and we're in the short.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what buyer is defending this area in the S&P, but it's impressive. Just hats off.
Golden showers.
I'm out. I'm flat.
Oh, there it is. Wait, I need to go flat to hear that. All right, so my risk is paid for on this short. Let's see if we can have follow through the lower a bit more. I'll put next partial at 2.5 R.
So Jungle Book, yes, value added low. I've talked ad nauseum about the lower edge of the past 3 days being down at this region, which is why I'm so aggressive in my profit taking into these lows. But these lows are vulnerable as heck. They are vulnerable. So I know it's the lower edge. I know it's support for, value-based trading. But I also know there is another auction market theory principle at play here, which is a lack of excess at the lows. They are vulnerable.
All right, I paid myself more. Let's see if we can push down to the 540 zone, which was April's high. Yeah, I thought chat was asleep, so I said that on purpose. Yeah, come on, guys. I only have one kidney. Okay. It happens sometimes. All right, so far so good. Let's see if we can break down here and push down to that 540 zone. At my next target there would be 4R. Brought my stop down a bit. Should be minus 0.5 R. Just don't think there's much downside left because of how extended we're getting here. I can be wrong. And maybe we do flush.
S&P just it continues to feel heavy. I thought about re-entering, but I've made enough. Who are we kidding?
Never enough.
Never enough.
Oh, you have me beat. You only have one limb.
It's not the right section of the clip, though, guys.
MNQ hitting for May low? May low.
We got to hit the initial.
Still, what do you mean May low? We're already below June's low.
You kind of came in you're in like the middle of the
May
the bridge
low?
down there. We got to get the initial hit.
Oh, May 1st low? Yeah, it's also April's high, which is at that 540 spot. Where was my entry? It's on the chart, my friend. At the break of this wedge structure, I took the short. It says 761, and then we have this indicator here that's available for everybody that shows you here your entry your profit potential, your risk. I think you guys are looking at the adjusted chart. We are not, I don't track the adjusted chart. I track unadjusted because that resembles the QQQ better, or it tracks it equally, and the NASDAQ to me is more important. Where can you get the indicator? It's available for everybody. If production can maybe share the position tracker indicator in the chat, or maybe it's in the no, I do not see it on the YouTube bio.
I think it's good
Oh,
for
no.
streaming, but I think if you're using a chart trader or whatever, you
It is
have
here.
all your position information in front of you. From a psychological perspective, you don't need to pepper in more places where you're looking at P&L and stuff like that. My 2 cents.
It is on there, guys, in the YouTube bio. It is above my risk reward indicator.
All right, S&P, look out below.
All right, so it's almost time for my IB strat. I need to prepare the account for surgery.
Look at that. They did it again. Can you believe it?
All right, looks like I'll take a stop on the last quarter of the trade here. And yes, will not break down.
Gold pushing lows on 400% relative volume for this 3-minute period.
All right, I am out on the rest of my trade here. Oh, did it just top tick? Oh, hola.
Yes, that's so good. Do you like it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the nicest thing you ever done for me. Oh man, they just top ticked my stop. Look at that. Back down to lows. All right, either way, good short. I said, I was waiting for a wedge structure. We got the wedge structure. I said I was going to take the breakdown if we got it, right? So I planned the day and then I wait for my setups. I missed the drop initially, but I had, how do I manage risk if my technical setup does not show up? So I'm okay with missing moves because I know my moves will pay over time. All right, so here's the IB account. It's going to be looking for shorts today. Let's see what we get, huh, guys and gals? We are pretty extended, so I imagine it will be some losses today.
Well, just keep that urethra shut.
If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
Okay, so it looks like my stop did end up helping.
All these poor shorts. Now they're just ripping their faces off. Inconceivable.
The IB hour is not called the golden hour, I guess. What, bro? Yes, I trade on the 2-minute chart, Beatriz. Listen, guys, the worst is when they need to take out a catheter from your urethra, okay? So don't talk to me until you've experienced that. It's been 4 times in my
Weird
life
flex,
now.
but okay.
Not the best. Not the best feeling. I hope I never talk to you. I hope so too. Listen, I hope so too. You know what's funny? Pax on Friday was saying how, like, you know how he always goes back into his war days. And I was like, no, try doing it with only one kidney. And then he started going off on his own health issues too. And we were just going, people were like, are you guys downing each other?
One downing. Sound like a nursing home conversation.
Back in my day, you only had one kidney. Listen, scars are the way to your heart. Okay, guys. So just follow the scars I have in all around me. I get excited too, biblical. I get excited because it pays. That is true, Paul. Okay, Robin. You're no longer invited to the cookout. Thanks, team. Yeah, that's true. 2020. You know what? That doesn't sound bad at all, Daniel. 2 kidneys worth of wisdom. Hey, Joe, that's awesome. Congrats. You know what they say, pay yourself, don't play yourself. All right. Okay, so we have 3 minutes here, or 2 minutes into the IB close. We may have put in a low here. The IB strat does say to look for shorts, though. Oh, God. Man, haven't laughed like this in a while.
That's Tuesdays with black boxes.
Yeah.
All right, so third VWAP rejection from below for the session. FYI, that's usually not a bullish signal. Multiple VWAP rejections from the same direction.
All right. IB is about to be set. Let's see what we get, huh, guys? I think so far, as long as we hold this last low, we can push up. but I gotta get ready to execute a short if it sets up. And even though I don't like it because we're so close to the low, I have to take it. All right, I need to wait for a higher low until the 9 SMA if we get it. If not, no setup for the IB strat here. So far, we are seeing a little bit of failed breakdown in NQ on that last low. Okay, let's see if it sets up here. Okay, it'll trigger below this candle. Not a fan of it, guys. Not a fan of it.
Whatever, I'll bite. Whatever, I'll bite.
What, a long?
No, it's short again. Scratch out there.
So if we break this current candle low here, the strategy says to short on the next candle. Glad you enjoy this golden stream, Wonky. All right, so the entry says I have to take short at 68. The strategy says if we make a new high here, then no longer looking for a short. We need to wait for a new higher low. Oh, we made a new higher, so we need to wait for a new higher low. Another Sapien. What's my IB strat? I go over it quite a lot. I'm usually what it's essentially looking to do is participate in the move away from the IB. Right? Think of IB as the range, and it's looking to participate in the trend away from it. If we are in a downtrend, then it's looking for shorts. If we're in an uptrend, it's looking for longs. That's the sort of main idea here. We do have some more earnings and then FOMC tomorrow. So I'd imagine we enter some chop either later today or, well, I mean, ES has been mostly in chop after that drop. Literally 15-minute drop, and then everything's just been sideways. Same with NQ yesterday, right? We dropped and then sideways for the rest of the day. A much better range, though. Isn't it like the orb? No, the orb is, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's 1 minute, right? 1 minute range break. The IB is 1 hour.
Different variations of each of those, just depending on who you ask. I think Pax's is 30 seconds. Interesting new dynamic here in the S&P. A little bit of a passive buyer showing up.
Okay, I am short per the IB strat, 29.50. 6, 7, 2R is at 27,596. Which, by the way, guys, I am not a fan of it. But I have to follow the rules. Looks like I'll take a stop right away. Yep. It'll be minus 1R here. So yes, even though I agree with structure and say, no, this one's higher, like I still have to take it if the rules set it up. If the rules say to take the setup. Because if I don't take it whenever I don't agree with it, then I won't have sustainable success with it. Yeah, we are. I do think we're going to continue to bounce. Yeah, our RSP is doing so well. It's my own strategy, Big T. So I'm not really going to make a NinjaTrader video for it. It's a part of what I share with my Discord.
All right, I took 2 small stops in that region of those VWAP projections, still playing for the short for the breakdown. So I'm back to like only up 1.5, 1.25 R for the session now.
What's going on? We want all the R's. Every R out there.
Sometimes you make the R's and then you give the R's.
I know. All right, so we're getting the bounce. We triggered the fell breakdown in NQ. So if some of you guys are long off that, thanks, RH. If some are long off that fell breakdown reversal, then continue looking for higher prices. But we are pretty extended from the 4-hour 9 SMA, and I do think that comes later today, tomorrow. No, it's later today, not tomorrow. If we reclaim 840s, 850s, that's going to be a pretty big fell breakdown in NQ, and that can mark the low here on the daily chart because we are pretty extended. NASDAQ is into the 100 SMA, which is the main multi-month trend filter. So if we lose that, you can say, quote unquote, we can start a bear market, but it's only when we truly lose that, right? For example, let me show the chart here. The 100 SMA here is this light blue. Look at what happens every time it gets lost. We lose it here in February.
All right, I'm going to take a quick 2R scale here on this one.
Oh, I need to get ready for a trade here for the IB strat. All right, it'll be this candle low. By the way, guys, I have on TradingView my position sizing indicator, so that's how I know how to, like, it's almost automated. My execution is just manual, but Here's the indicator that tells me where to enter, where to stop, how many contracts I need for the $1,100 that I'm risking, my targets. Like it's pretty automated except my execution. All right, so if we lose
weak
this
sellers on this down move.
higher low here, I'll get short. All right, order set for 94.25. On my other account, I'm considering a long here. I think this can push out higher.
This order flow sucks.
So I'm essentially buying the pullback, the first pullback here. There we go. So I have my short, my short order in on the IB account. And then I got long on my other account on the first pullback after the reversal because I'm looking for higher prices in my own discretionary trading. So I'm looking for a new high here. There we go. Let's see if we can get to 1.5R so I can pay myself. Come on, give it to me. Beautiful. What happened? It hit it, no? Did it not hit that? What's the high on that? 77.75. What's my order? 77.50. What the fudge? How did it not fail me? Okay, so I need a new order for the IB strat. Now, some of you guys, some in the group asked me, how can I have a, trade with my own planning while the IB strat is bearish? Well, you have to detach yourself. That's I consider that as like a hobby. It's not a hobby, but look at that hit it. That you cannot tell me that did not hit my limit order. What is that?
Well, it's got you where your position is in the queue. It has to trade enough volume to get to your order.
70.75. It'll fill me. But yeah, so pretty much what I did here is we put in a fail breakdown, right? We triggered a reversal, and then this is the first pullback into that fail breakdown area, that 700 zone, and we're pushing it higher. So I want to participate in that fail breakdown reversal that the market is experiencing at the moment and ride it higher. All right, I just paid myself here at 1.2R. And I control the rest. For the IB strat, we will continue to look for a new setup. But I'm glad I executed on that. Oh, all right. I can get used to this. All right, I'm now looking for a move back to back test the breakdown, which is at 840s. Yes, I peed myself again. At my R targets, I will pee myself. Chris, what is it called? Can you ask that question again so I know what you're talking about? What price is a 4-hour SMA, 9 SMA? It is 28,078. All right, let's see if we can continue higher. I'm going to move my stop to minus 0.5 R. So main idea here on the 4-hour, if I can share that here, was that if we failed to hold prior day low, right, per the morning plan, we could see a move down into the 650 zone. And we saw that. And from there bounce, we're seeing that. And we're barely now putting in that lower low here. So I would expect a sideways to higher structure. So far, my trading is in alignment with my morning plan. I'm executing where I need to, and I just have to take what the market gives me. Okay, so now I'm still looking for another trade for the IB strat, which can set up here. $44.75. Okay, so order is set for $44.75 for the IB strat. I will remain long in my other account because I'm looking for a push into 840s. Now, per structure, the current sort of structure that we have, it is telling me sideways to higher. But I have to follow the rules for the IB account, right? Like, regardless of how I feel and regardless that I'm making money in this push up, I have to be okay with the losses that I take, counter trend at the moment, because we're still below the daily filter. I don't look at any options data, my friend. If we make a new high here, my order, okay, we made a new high, so I need to wait for a new higher low. Yep, that's right, Jude. All right, let's see if we can get another push up.
I'm gonna scratch out of the remainder of that.
For the IB strat, it's a 2 trade rule maximum. Max. So if I take stop in one, I have to take the next setup. And if that stops out, then that's it. Okay, there we go. Give me 3R. Okay, I'm out more at 3R. I'm still looking for that 840s, 850s test, and we're getting into it now. So if we do reclaim this 840s, 850s, that would be a pretty big fell breakdown, guys. And at that point, I am considering opening up my third account and looking for a swing long. But I can't really put that swing long down here. I don't. I mean, can this be the low? What do you think? You think this is the low in NASDAQ and NQ?
Oh, I don't have NASDAQ pulled up, brother.
We
It
are
was
at the
getting really
100
close to VWAP for the year, which is always a candidate for a major inflection.
I think we might be. All right, solid push. We're now getting that bounce into what I think will be the 4-hour 9 SMA. But the big level to reclaim is going to be this 840s, 850s. If we can do that, then I'll start looking for a pullback to enter a swing long. Thanks, Cooper. There we go. Push it. Okay, so
What a great trading session this has been.
Yeah. We're seeing the opposite of yesterday. Well, actually, no, we did have a bounce after that initial drop. But I think if we can reclaim this 850s Empire Day low, that's it, guys. We probably saw the daily low. And we're going to work our way up from here.
Keep in mind, though, guys, after everything has been said and done, and what have I had? 7 trades today in the S&P. We have not left this range. Nothing has changed from this perspective in the S&P. A good range to have highlighted in pre-market, a good range to be kind of aware of. I am absolutely shocked the S&P could not at least wick the lows of the past couple days. Absolutely shocked.
Yeah. Come on, do we get 6R before the stream ends? I sort of don't want to close it, though. I think we're seeing the low. I'm pretty confident we're seeing the low here. So my job now is to get positioned in a swing long on the next pullback. And just imagine the kind of move we'll get higher once ES breaks out of this 4-day range. All right, I'm going to put my stop at break even now, because if we do come back down there after going to 4R, then at that point, that's change of character. All right, but good session here, guys. We had to move lower, participated in the last drop, then highlighted that we were seeing a fell breakdown. I got then long on the first pullback after that fell breakdown into the 700 support and rode this move higher. I also have to take the IB strat, though, if it says to take short.
I think generally speaking, the question about a good low versus not a good low, I think a good low, or again, there's another question in there about what does it mean, S&P didn't get swept. It's all kind of the same conversation. It's like if you have multiple swing lows that come in and they come to the same general low area, and then they revisit it and they revisit it and they revisit it, and they never put a wick through that area or try to break down lower and then fail, like what Chris is doing in the NQ. That's not happening in the S&P. They're doing different things. And that's kind of why you've seen me lean towards the S&P not finished with its downside behavior, and that's why you've seen Chris in the NQ get long. It to a big role has been the quality of the lows in each of those markets.
Yep.
What's gold doing? Sideways since the open, really. Tried to go lower, kind of hanging around.
Good sesh, guys. Good sesh. Missed the initial drop.
Just hanging around.
But still showed up and made my points. Hi, Chris. Thanks for your risk reward plus tool. I added on NinjaScript an out of position sizing feature that updates order quantity on chart traded panel based on risk per trade. Awesome. We are working on something like that as well. So cool. Good job. One insight. We kindly said that 3 different times. So I would ask for you to review literally just 5 minutes ago, and you'll have an explanation as to why I took long NQ. Not only did I explain it, but Merritt explained it as well. It was pretty much the first high low. Like it's, you know. This is your fell breakdown low here. We bounce.
A little short scalp here.
We pull back. First higher low. I bought that. So I'm just essentially, what I'm actually doing is I'm buying the pullback in a new higher high, higher low uptrend. All right, so I'm still looking for a short here for the IB strat, even if it's going to fail.
Little late rotation capitulation there for the order flow scalp. I'll start scaling this pretty quickly here because it's just a scalp.
All right, so
Took off
I'm
a
looking
third.
for a short on the IB strat in 30 seconds. Oh, 825. All right. So the order is set for 0825. See if I get filled or not. I created my own, Karen. Check it out. It's my own indicator here. Short entry, stop. This tells me how many contracts I need for the dollar amount that I'm risking, my targets. I'd say partials at 2R, 4R, and 5.5R to 6R for the IB strat.
He's the speed of the tape is really low here. I'm gonna reluctantly come out of another third here. So I'm just gonna be out of 2/3 here and see if the last piece can get lucky, traverse the range.
I am short for the second trade for the IB strat. Let me put my OCO orders in place. And I'll stay long my original trade, and I have stop at break even.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, morning.
Hola.
How you guys
Up,
doing?
boys?
Doing good. How
How's
are
you
you?
doing?
Good. Why do I feel like you guys did well today? I didn't watch, but
Oh yeah,
I feel
we
like
killed it.
Chris, I feel like this is your kind of tape more than, I mean, Merritt. I know you love these kind of not one directional days, but Chris, I just feel like you did well today. I have not watched the stream.
He got all the R's.
Yeah.
I hit all the R's.
Merritt, did I hear you say you took 8 trades?
Yep, I'm in number 8 right now.
Wow.
Yeah. I was like, I feel like I know both of you and enough now. I've been trading, at least watching you guys randomly trade. I'm like, I feel like you both would do well in this tape today.
Decent momentum, decent, you know, decent little rotations to capture. And I don't know about you and your contextual read, Nick. You'll get into it here, but the past, I mean, this is day 4 where the S&P at least is in that balance, right? So you've got the upper edge and that lower edge really, really well defined. And that's the high and low of the day today. So to me, the context was just perfect for picking some good spots, getting scaled out. Didn't get the, I can't believe this low in the S&P is remained. I cannot believe it.
I know. We Stowe and I think Sunday night and even yesterday in the afternoon, we were talking about this dang range that ES continues to be in. And then you look at NQs and it's like NQs just might try to drag the S&Ps down by the collar, and it just has not been able to.
It's wild.
And while we're like each week by week time frame, we keep building value lower and lower and lower in the NASDAQ, and it has not mattered to the SPOOs. It's really funny.
All right, guys. Well, you guys enjoy your sesh. Kill it. Hopefully it's a good turnout for you guys. Merritt, it was a fun Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
We'll see everybody next week. All right, you guys take care.
All right, guys.
Salma, Nick, chat.
Hasta luego.
Later, guys. Bye.
What's up, Nick?
What's up?
I'm excited. I was looking forward to this all day, guys. Last Tuesday we had a ball.
We did.
I got a good feeling about this Tuesday.
I mean, at least the tape's moving. This is like my 3rd trade of the day. I'm trying to kind of get into a re-offer short. I ended up getting run over, trying to do it again, like thinking we were going to hold like the 800s the first time, and it just stopped me out. And then I kind of waited for it to come back down. So we tried it here. I caught one of the longs down here towards like 660s earlier. I kind of thought we were going to rotate a little lower, but I think as we described, ES is just kind of holding up the NASDAQ from kind of making that next leg down. The next area I was really watching, and I was kind of showing people this morning, the volume profile. And when you look at this at a longer time frame, like the very poor structure, if you look at this from a daily and you go back to like May, there's not a lot of structure below this kind of spot that NQ just made the lows on. So another leg down could easily be somewhere between 200 to 2,000 points to find a real bit of a structure if we actually got some sort of correction. But until then, range rules applies, as Merritt was kind of saying with ES. But I'm short, trying to get potentially another low of the day. We'll see. How'd you do?
I'm on the other side of that. I'm long the Russell right now. Really liking the way the hourly closed. Think we should be pushing higher. We're currently still respecting the demand zone that I have on the Russell here. I mean, if we had closed below, then I would have said, I can see us going lower. Actually, I just set another limit. I want to add to my position here. And then that way I can set some partials and take profit and then hold runners. But I'm bullish on the Russell at least. I don't like the fact that, ES made new highs and NQ didn't. So that there is a little bit hesitation there from that angle. But if I'm just focusing on the Russell, I think it looks really good for continuation.
You say like you're on the opposite side of the trade, and then you say the Rusty, and I'm like, well, that doesn't count. Because it's not like you're long ES right now as I'm short NQ. No, because the Rusty's going to do Rusty things regardless of what NQ and the rest of the normal indices are doing. Rusty does things that defy logic, reason, gravity, the laws of thermodynamics, and a bunch of other things.
All right, touche. I would say that if it was like the Dow, because the Dow has recently just been doing whatever the hell it wants to do. And it would move. Like you could have your NQ short work out and then my YM long would work out and then we'd both be happy. But I don't know about the Russell. But let's see. I'm pretty I like this. I like this trade here that I've got going on. That's what I'm trying to say. We are the RTY traders.
Chat, I haven't said good morning to y'all. How are you all doing? Everybody good?
Good morning.
Everybody surviving? Another violent down day in the NASDAQ.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Nick, where do you stream outside NT? The boys and I do some late night stuff on YouTube, and now we do a little bit in the Discord, which is fun.
Can't believe you guys have become everything you used to talk about. Against.
But it's all for free.
Yeah, this is true. It's also just for vibes.
It is just for vibes. Everything we do is just vibes. Like this vibe of us just ripping off this low. What are we doing?
Yeah, pump it.
Is Trump in the room with me right now? Because I'm about to get... Oh, like, where did my other stop go? Okay, well, if this pushes up, I'm out. Because my stop should have already been at break even at this point. I'll give it like 10 points. I don't know what happened to my stop. That was weird.
The guys in the white band, they're after
they're
you.
doing shenanigan things, and I would have been stopped out at break even anyway because whatever just happened there. I don't know. Something happened with my stop as we were coming on the air. So that's unfortunate. It just went 40 points and then out of nowhere decides, here you go, all the way back.
And you're all calm about it, which is really cool.
I got one off earlier.
Oh, nice.
For like 20 something points. So, something paid. I've had a good day. I caught a chunk of this down. I caught a little bit up. And then I've been giving some back ever since. So it is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah, this price action is really wonky. I'm gonna kind of just let this do its thing. Chat, how'd you guys do today? Good, bad? What's wonky? You're wonky. Literally, you're wonky.
You hate this tape. Well, I'm starting to hate it. I didn't hate it earlier.
I think I can afford Wendy's. A 4 for 4? I remember during COVID, 4 for 4s got me through some tough times, guys. A 4 for 4 and a 3 for 10 from Chili's. If you know, you know. Green mostly from Asia and slept in. That sounds like that's ideal. That's cool. I love being green from Asia and then just kind of easing into like New York sesh.
I don't know what any of that is like anymore because I have not traded Asia since the Bank of Japan fiasco in August of 2024. It was the last time I traded, actually tried to trade Globex.
You stream during that time, so technically you're at your desk and you're watching.
But I've just learned it's not a good idea for Nick to trade between the hours of 5 p.m. Central Time and 7 a.m. Central Time.
All right,
if I need to get a little pre-market trade, I've done it. Every once in a while, I throw on a gold trade or something as they're doing their cash opening. But if I am trading during London or during post Asia Open, it usually does not work out well for me. I am historically red during the overnight session.
I'm not gonna lie. The only downfall to that, like I would have to agree with you in the sense of if you do end up taking a crappy trade during Asia, I feel like psychologically you do think about it and carry it over into New York sesh.
Just knowing oh God, here we go. My level of, I would say, payouts and, profitability with props and things. If I had just never touched the Asia session in the last few years, I think it would have drastically been less account churn and a lot better like live account growths and things. But when it's with a little bit more monopoly money in my head is when I suddenly start slinging Globex for no reason because I'm bored. It's all changed now too, because this mindset shift also happened when, the birth of my daughter, I guess, because it's like I have other things to do at night now versus like I was distracted and bored and had no job, no other projects, nothing else going on. And sometimes my wife was doing things, whatever. And it's just, you're alone and you're bored. And that's when you would fire off a Globex trade. That doesn't happen because now after putting my daughter to sleep, it's like, I'm burnt out. I'm done. And I do not want to look at charts.
You're better than me. I was at a concert on Sunday and, looked at TradingView real quick, saw a nice setup, took a trade.
Nice.
Mid-concert? Mid-concert, dude. Yeah. Not my proudest moment, but it worked out. A nice little trade.
Jerry, leg to leg's coming. I don't know when the final release is, but it's about 99% ready to go. I think just the deployment is the last piece that we haven't quite ironed out exactly yet. But I know for a fact it is basically done. I think it's just how are we distributing it is the last piece.
You could chat. You guys are funny.
Must have been a boring concert. Yeah, exactly. Who'd you see? Was it?
Saw Foreigner and Leonard Skinnard.
Okay, that's a little pre your time.
Yeah, that's right up my alley.
I had a feeling.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Look at this, Nick. Dexter in chat says he saw the movie I recommended, and it was great. And I'm still waiting on you to watch it.
It is on my
sure.
No, it's on. So there's an app that I actually love. It's called oh God, now it's gonna bug me. I gotta know what it is. Oh, it's called Real Good. REELGOOD. You can add like all of your paid streaming services to it. And it'll basically do like a full thing of like Netflix, HBO, like everything kind of compiled into one app. So it's on my list there for places that I can watch it. And that's where I do it now, because otherwise it's like you just get lost between all the different apps and what's actively on what and where you can watch certain things.
Yeah. No, it's
it's cool app.
It's a really good movie.
Nick has to watch it on his phone. I will fall asleep. Me watching it on my phone is then me being like, I don't want to hold my phone anymore, so I'm going to put it down, and then I'm going to lay down because I have to on the phone to watch it, and that's just it's like when my wife's like, I'm watching trailers on her phone, and I'm like, this is like ruining the trailer for me. I don't know how you do this. You're like watching like trailer after trailer after trailer on your cell phone versus just going on the YouTube app or something on the big TV.
Listen, I'm not going to tell you how to watch the movie. All I'm going to say is it's definitely worth watching. And that will be the last time I bring it up until you tell me you've seen it.
Fine. Fair enough.
Oh, look, Tina says, hi, I watched it. Also, it was amazing. Yeah, it was just a really good one. Did you cry, Tina? Did you tear up? Because I sure did.
Oh, what was the other? The other Denzel one I feel like everybody forgets about that's really good is John Q.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, that's another very good classic Denzel.
Okay, so I'll make you a deal. I'll watch that, and then you watch this.
I mean, I will watch it. Like I said, it's on my to-do list. Salma, what the difference is, I don't have a lot of extra time.
Yes, you do, bro.
But three of my late nights are occupied between the boys now. Just for me to press buttons half the time and then rant on the internet. And then one of those other nights is a date night. And then I'm now at, 3 or 4 nights that I actually have free, and I don't always get to command what we watch.
Okay, fair. That's fair.
Trust me. If I could sit and watch any movie I wanted every single night of the week like I used to, I would do it. I used to see everything.
A big movie guy, huh?
I was. This is what you do when you're a single guy in your 20s and you travel a lot for work and you don't do happy hours like every single night. Like, you need other ways to keep yourself busy with just you and a dog.
All right. And now everybody in chat is trying to recommend all the Denzel Washington movies that we should be watching.
Denzel in the 90s and 2000s was like just peak. So yeah, there's a lot of good ones.
Dude, listen to this. The AI memes aren't going to make themselves, Salma. Make us creating masterpieces. Yeah, that's what you're busy doing. It's just
Dutch,
like
I found a way to automate one of my AI masterpieces that I don't have to do it. And if anyone has seen one of the videos where Stowe has a classic like twirly mustache, I didn't say which Stowe image to use, and of course my workflow just grabbed apparently the one as him with that mustache, and then all of the thumbnails that I was trying to automate as a test came back with him with that mustache, and I was like, you know what? They're too good with this. I'm not changing it. These are going to stay for this little round. So Stowe has a fancy mustache in a bunch of the new ones.
You're like, I'm not even mad about this.
I was like, you know what? This is a happy accident. This is great because it looks great.
That's hilarious.
Can you explain what you're waiting on for an entry? Well, I was short, got one off, got stopped out. We're sitting just below the opening range here. For me to really get too excited to get long, I would want to see us at least over like 960s. Above 28,000 kind of pushes us back into the old range. But ES is probably what you should be watching because ES looks a lot stronger today. It's green. Meanwhile, NQ's down 1%. So ES pushing above 74.55, 74.60s would be a decent tell to say that we're going to get continuation and NQ is going to play a little catch up here. But if not, yeah, reoffer could come in right here, right now, and could take us lower. Same thing on ES. So and I were talking about this 55 to 60 spot yesterday for the close for ES, which kind of was like the end of last week's range. A decent little pivot to the start of this week of us kind of making the determination that we're going to rotate back to the other side of this value range. So it's kind of a wait and see spot.
I want to see us pop up. Clear this 90 man, the hourly. Please.
Yeah. Plus we have Mag 7 FOMC tomorrow. So me thinking we're going to just get liquidation today is probably, how much lower is NQ going to go? I don't know. But it could just turn into like what usually happens Tuesday, Wednesday, FOMC, Mag 7 weeks, which is not a lot.
All right, I'm going to take that first trim here. Done. Break
yeah, I'm
even
with
stops.
you, Tracy. I weirdly feel like, they're not going to do anything. Let's see what his tone is. We've only heard Warsh speak twice, or this will be the second time, like really in the FOMC setting. So I'm curious to see. Listen to it tomorrow. While you're trading the close, aren't you?
Today?
No, tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Yes. Sorry.
FOMC.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Every FOMC, it's usually me, Jack, and Joey.
It used to be XY and I just slinging the volatility that was like all last summer FOMC when just like it was like dueling pistols between Powell and Trump at the mics at the same time, and like different things were said, and Trump would be like rage tweeting Powell as during the press conference, and things would move. It was very, very funny.
But crazy times.
I know, always
crazy times. Where can I get the 30-second ORB on TradingView? I can give the link to production so they can post it. Just give me 1 second, please. And who said something? Hold on. Who said in chat? What time frame is your chart? It's the hourly. You can always see here, bottom right. You'll always see what ticker I'm on and then the time frame from that watermark. I hope that helps you guys out. Kind of tired of living in interesting times. It's funny.
They were unprecedented times, and then it became interesting times. And now it's just normal times.
This is actually so normal now at this point. Yes.
As an elder millennial that's lived through just about every single life event at this point, this is just life.
Are you tired of going through like major life events? Like people have not experienced the stuff we've experienced. They experienced maybe one of those things. We've experienced so many, and it's like nonstop.
Yep. I mean, the average person doesn't probably experience unemployment. Unemployed, newlywed with a baby at one point, which was that's an experience.
But you're on the other side of that now.
Here we are. Still kicking.
A beautiful push here. Yeah, that hourly, guys, the hourly close on the Russell, very telling.
Oh, well, here's the 960s kind of area. Sellers stepping in. RTH opens right here too on NQ. What is gold doing today? I had said I wanted to trade gold this week, and I haven't touched it.
Touch gold during Asia when it actually is like that, moving.
I know, but as I said, I don't want to.
All right. Now I won't peer pressure you.
If things are moving, which I mean, gold is not really moving right now. Oopsies. Then I will. Oh, what am I doing? Anyway, there's the push. There's the new high of the day, and yes.
Yes. Now give it to us in NQ. This is like the kind of recovery that people were looking for yesterday and didn't get.
I know. That's funny. I said that yesterday afternoon. It was like this is that kind of move that I think baited a lot of people. That first little V that we started to do around kind of when IB was set, like that 930 turn yesterday. It's like you had a decent little move up in both, and then the door got slammed. And then we did nothing all day.
Yeah, that was so boring. I was like losing my mind yesterday afternoon. Where is my mind? Great song.
Are you listening to music now? Did you join the music club?
No. But me saying I almost lost my mind made me think of Where Is My Mind by the Pixies.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Great song.
Yep.
Another very underrated series that apparently nobody has seen but me is The Leftovers. And there's a very good cover of that song in one of the early episodes of season 1.
See, now that they played the soundbite of it, I felt compelled to now play it in my ear. So
it's a great song. Leftovers was killer. Yeah, if you know, you know. Very underrated series that is probably one of the top 10 series of all time that nobody's ever actually seen.
What streaming service is it on?
It's an old HBO one. There was a writer's strike at one point during it, and it kind of it died, and then Game of Thrones got picked up, and I think Time Warner and HBO and all that stuff was being sold. Like all these weird things were happening. That is exactly how certain series that are a little more artsy like that may go to die.
Trying to think about.
Is that where I picked up smoking? Yes, clearly. That's where Nick for a Cig was born. I joined whatever that cult was in the show.
See, guys, movies I don't know, but music I know. Music I'm good with. All right, I love this push right now.
Chat, does NQ make a new high of the day?
Yes, or else that'd be a shitty place to reverse from. They do it too. I wouldn't put it past them.
And there's your new high of the day, everybody. Congratulations. We did it.
Let's go. Feel if I continue to hold this, I'm greedy.
I mean,
ES going to get.
There's nothing that should shake you out of that right now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep trailing my stop.
Here we go. Are we just going to reject off 28K? I guess we are. That's the. Let me refresh this.
Whoever. God, Nick, sorry.
I was saying I'm in the process of building my own options thing for everybody for free.
What you mean? What you mean options thing?
Every paid service that's out there, I'm gonna give it away for free because I can and I know how and I know math. So I'm gonna be working on that.
Wait, what is it?
I'm already like
90%
of the way there. If you want to look at volume, if you want to look at the if the gamma's in the room with us, all the other fun stuff. What if I just know how to do the math and gave it away for free?
There you go.
If I just monopolized or commoditized that entire industry, that'd be fun. Like anything else we've done.
Nick is at this point just doing side quests, guys.
I just do side quests and give it away for free. Just break down the walls in trading, folks.
Whoever asked for the 30-second OR indicator, they just posted a link in chat. Putting Salma out of business. How he's no.
Unfortunately,
no.
It still takes a good mind to use said information, and I don't even know where to look when there's too much input. Salma's got a very good system.
I don't even
I don't
even use those. I don't know what that person's saying. Where can I donate to you, Nick?
I mean, there's no place. They're gonna probably come get me though. Big options, big gamma, the white fan, all the other fancy stuff. No, it's just, I mean, most of the stuff is just based on the CVOE volume, which you can get at the end of every day for free, as well as a few other sources, which we all probably have if you have level 2 data. So it's just knowing how to do the math.
So what exactly are you putting out?
We'll see.
Oh, okay. It's a
I'm
big
just
secret.
gonna I'm gonna just, you know, drop random emojis on X of like big things are coming, and then just keep doing that for like a month, so it teases and it loses all the luster of any sort of release, and that it's very, very
You mean
lackluster.
those one-word tweets that people have been doing?
Yeah, like just wait, chat. Like you guys have no idea what's coming, and just like the big eyes. Just do that
Hilarious.
stuff. It's as we said, I do 1,400 side quests, so this is on my big board of projects, which is on a whiteboard in my office slash an internal dashboard thing that I have now built, and that includes some of my homegrown QuickBooks.
Bro,
Yeah,
I'm
because
dead.
I just connected that too. Well, it's like anything else. If I don't need some of these things and I want something else that another tool kind of does better, and I can marry them, and it doesn't need a lot of inputs because it's just my little side businesses, then fantastic.
This reminds me, I have a couple questions for you later.
Yeah, shoot me a message. The problem is I this is why I had to build like my own version of like a project management board at this point, because I don't even know what I'm working on half the time when I come into the day, because I decided to go on a side quest to redo our website, which was fine.
It for fun.
Which was fine, by the way. Last Wednesday, it was when this idea hadn't even popped into my head to completely redo this thing. The website worked and functioned. It did exactly what its purpose was. Have some links, have all the playbooks, and just have a fun little look and feel to it. And then I had this stupid idea, and every other project got put on pause so that I could build that in like a 72-hour code sprint and release it to everybody. So that was fun. And then somebody in my DMs is like, you should actually build this into a real like web browser game. And I was like, no. And then Stowe tried to convince me to do it.
Is it cool when you have your buddies like giving you ideas?
It's great if the ideas are good.
Touche.
Or it's an idea that I can actually build on.
Yeah,
I verbatim like typed an XY idea. Like I just screenshotted what it was because it was just that like 50,000 foot view in XY's voice. And I was like, I just want to see what my output is. If I like just send this to one of the models and just say, go, like make no mistakes. I'm curious what we get out of it. So
I'm curious.
That's the plan.
I'm curious, when do you share this stuff with your wife? Like, do you tell her what you're working on? And does she know how intricate some of this stuff is?
No.
And how deep it runs, and how cool it all is?
She knows a little bit. She knows I have, but okay, she knew what I used to do. I guess that's it. And I've told her like, she knows this. Like I don't need an engineer anymore. I have my own private personal developers that I can do whatever the weird ideas, even if the bad ones still might get prototyped or at least an afternoon wasted kind of thing. But she knows that I've put that hat back on, which she actually liked because she said she hasn't seen that in years. And then just knowing that I'm kind of working on 14,000 different things. A lot of them were geared towards the trading industry and the streaming stuff that we've been doing. So she knows that, but all the other little side quests and things, no. It took her, she was one of the last people to see the introduction like videos for the shows. Like all
She's got no idea.
slop.
Oh man.
Like everybody else saw it. Like one of her friends brought it up to me, and she like had no idea that I was making these stupid things. No, I have not played with Kimmy yet.
Nick, do you have ADHD? If yes, where do you find the energy?
Guys, I have never formally been diagnosed with anything, to my knowledge. Yeah, I 100% am neurodivergent. There's no question. Most of the traders on this show are, if you haven't quite noticed the little quirks and things here and there.
There's something wrong with all of us, guys.
Yes, there very much is. But we're all having fun and we enjoy it. No, but I've said this, guys. Like for me, I have found a good balance of being a full-time trader and other things. And it's the last like 9 months for me really have changed this to a way where I'm trading when it makes sense to trade. A lot of the time I'm trading on days or leading up to me jumping on stream. Otherwise, I'm kind of trying to work on other projects. It has saved me a lot, to be honest, from taking some bad trades. Like I've had some like massive green days over the last 9 months. And the only reason I was able to get in that trade is because I didn't take the first bait trade that I probably would have if I was spending more time at the desk, because I was distracted doing something else. And I was actively looking at the chart. Maybe 45 minutes later, I missed a bad sequence that likely would have stopped me out once or twice. And I took the easier setup that came an hour later. Like that has happened a lot. And it's because I'm not just like trying to get into every trade because I'm doing nothing but watching charts.
That's fair. Wait, so how much have you spent on all of this, money-wise?
On what?
Just everything?
My
I don't even
side
know.
quest?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, all the subscriptions.
Someone said 14,000? Is that how much you've spent?
Where are you getting that number from? Where's
I don't know. Where they get 14K from?
Who said 14K?
Or is that what is that? What is that? 14K or is that 14K? I can't even see.
Is my chat like I think my chat's frozen. That's probably why.
Bro, you got to look at live chat, not top chat.
No, but I think like it wasn't even moving. There we go.
Oh.
Okay. I don't see a number anywhere.
I don't know, whatever. But like with like what, you bought more Mac Minis and stuff?
No, just one Mac Mini. But I got that Mac Mini for
okay.
like $400 back in like March. Now that thing's $800, the same exact one.
Bro, I was gonna say, yeah, they like skyrocketed in price. Insane.
No, but I have two of NVIDIA's Spark products that are not inexpensive. But you guys need to know, I have other side businesses that I also do things.
Yeah.
In my old work. I was consulting before I was doing this. Like it's not like I've been doing nothing purely but trading nonstop. Like I build websites. I do a variety of different things. These models have helped me be significantly more efficient. But this is stuff I was doing with partners and other stuff for a little while in a very small way. But, you know, I've got my own little small business that does these things. So these other things that I have acquired and stuff, majority of them are for those. And these little side quests in the trading or streaming world are when I have downtime or when I can do it from the garage as I'm working out and just let these things build. I really want to see us come up here towards the V range highs.
What level is that?
Sorry. 20,000 like 80s to 28,080 to 28,100. That's where I'm kind of watching. I want to see us kind of take out the pre-market little highs there.
I would love higher, obviously.
Oh, I mentioned I have 14,000 side projects. Yes, not $14,000 worth of side projects. You guys know a good agency will build a website and do SEO for like 10 to 20 grand for just a one-shot build. So just to frame that, whoever was saying I spent $14,000, like here you go. And no, that number is not accurate.
More.
It's definitely more.
Oh my God. Enjoy yours. What's up, XY?
When streams about my side quests, when everyone really wants them, which I don't think the audience is that big.
Bro, we have 900 people listening and watching.
No, I know. I'm saying I don't think that many people care for me to shout into the void about random workflows and agents that I have built to automate parts of my work and personal life. If you guys haven't noticed, my side quests involve like, how do I take every paid thing that ever existed in the trading world and do it all for free?
And turn it for free, yep. That's great.
Yeah, the Discord thing, it'll be in there, likely. and the free AI course will be released. So anybody that'll get most people more value than me rambling for an hour.
What made me take this trade? Just the hourly close. I really, really liked this hourly candle closure. We respected my demand zone here, and it looked good for a reversal.
What about bots? So if you haven't noticed, guys, like bots in the order flow world, it would not be the easiest thing to build. There's an intuition that I think would be very, very difficult to kind of code. You'd have to really get in the weeds with something you're seeing. And even then, I don't know. XY feels this way too, but it's really more, there's a gut feeling aspect of getting in and how you scale in and stuff. It'd be just really annoying to try to replicate that into some aspect of a bot. I would have to simplify the strategy, which in that case, there's a million of those bots that already exist that just follows an ATR based stop away from an EMA or a certain piece of market generated information. And there's nothing intuitive there. I don't need to automate some strategy like that. I'm trying to trade less, guys. Yes, man, dude, since you are the master behind the scenes of a lot of stuff, if you can find a way with me or alone, either way, to code the Vibe bot that literally is just a bot that trades on vibes the same way XY does, then, infinite money glitch unlocked. So I'm all for it if we can figure it out. My comment about a potential V turnaround after a strong move worked today in NQ. Thank you. Yeah, I think I don't have my ES chart set up, but I think that was the gotcha, is watching ES just not want to leave and build any sort of momentum lower from the value range, from the balance range it's been in for months. So everything else was just a little bit of weakness in tech, and it just took one name or two to kind of turn around here. And yeah, you'd get that violent V that I'm sure a lot of people actually caught because the 600s down there made sense. I wanted to see a little weaker or more excess low, not a lot of excess there, but outside of me taking that short, like right here, I mean, there was not really much to try to get into sell this and feel confident about it. That was probably the only place that it made sense at that moment.
Should I
Josh,
long here?
I agree.
No, Mohammed, do not long here. We've just gone up for an entire hour without a pullback. Do not long the highs. Wait for some sort of pullback. Cat's thought says, Salma, did you say hourly buy zone? No, this is not a buy zone. It's just a demand zone. I mean, this is where I would expect buyers to step in. This is the same zone that I referenced yesterday when we were on stream. And, I did say that we should have some sort of buying pressure come in, and you guys saw it in real time. I manually draw these. I don't have an indicator for it, so it's not automated or anything like that.
Kind of new here, Nick. What are those lines on your screen on the right and the volume? So you have the sessions volume profile, this lovely little thing attached to the price bar. And then you have a swing volume profile, or leg to leg as it's called. These we're about to release for free, but you have basically the current swing leg, which is from basically right here to where we're trading now, building. So you have it in the volume format and then the delta. So the bid minus the ask version of this same profile as it's building higher. And these basically will redraw themselves for me every 65-point rotation that NQ does. If you're talking about the other little lines horizontally, these are market generated information that are auto plotted for me every single day. Hope that helps.
All right, I've moved my take profit a bit higher, and I'm just gonna keep manually trailing my stops. So it's either gonna be TP or getting stopped out.
Where did I say you can find my AI course? You can't yet. It's in private alpha for some people right now. I'm testing it. It'll be released soon. It'll be free. There's a paid version too. That'll get you a lot more in-depth stuff, but it's very early stages.
No, thanks for pointing that out, Luke.
Really curious what happens up here. Before trading volume bars, did I try other types of charts, range or tick? I never did. Volume kind of just made more sense to me. I threw on a tick chart probably in my early stages because somebody was trading off of 500 tick or a 100 tick or something stupid that looked like things were moving and they were just scalping like the most basic strategy ever, which works until it doesn't. Volume just made sense because of the way that I read order flow as well as how I want things to repaint. Since I am such a like delta of that volume focused trader, then having delta based candles can be volume based candles that repaint the positive or negative delta. It just kind of fit very well to the way my brain processes information. I used time charts for a very, very long time as I was learning. And it has similar structure. So like a 500 volume NQ chart is going to look similar to like a 1 minute chart. And this is my execution chart. On long time frame charts, it's always going to be a 1 hour or a 4 hour for me. I don't need any other one. So I go time based. The second I get out of my execution chart, everything is time based. Yeah, you can check out my trader profile there from NT. It'll link you back to the order flow course that I built. That's free. There's even a little PDF that is attached there. That's kind of like what I call the 30-second timeout, which kind of gives you not a one pager. It's a few pages, but it kind of gives you like the must knows of if you didn't have time to go through my entire course. Like here's a very basic view of the way I trade and trading with volume profile and order flow in like a simple paragraph format for everybody. So if you just needed a quick little rundown and you were trying to understand this to see if it might resonate a little bit, that's a good place too. It's a lot of information packed in like 4 pages. What are we doing?
Pumping.
Yep.
Pumping.
Yeah, they really got me with that second one. I was long around 9 a.m. Central Time and have like nothing to show for it because it got it crawled all the way back to my stop. It just reversed on me. Nick, for order flow setup like you guys are trading, do I need to purchase level 2 data? You do for everything except, sorry, you only do for reading like the full depth of market on the DOM, and which is a big part of how we actually execute, if that makes any sense. But as far as like everything else, you don't need level 2 for a volume profile on most platforms. I wouldn't say you need it on really any. The leg to leg, same thing. MGI, you don't need level 2. But if we're gonna, if you're gonna be trading order flow and that extra, let's say $5 to $7 is gonna make a difference between level 1 and level 2, it may not be the right strategy for you, because you should just be using level 2. I don't know how a lot of people get away with it. I understand strategy by strategy. It's just good to have a good idea of what the order book actually looks like, the full depth of it. Are these volume profiles better than bookmap? It's two completely different things. You're looking at two different ways to visualize the order book or not auction data, volume data as it's kind of occurring in real time. But all bookmap's doing is giving you that full depth of market in a different visual form that I'm looking at on the DOM, for example. It's just a different way to digest the information. That way works for a lot of people. But they're two different things, if that makes any sense. It's two completely different visualizations of level 2 data.
That's what I was using.
I mean, it works. I know a lot of people that can read it very effectively and can articulate what's happening. And then a lot of people that are seeing ghosts, for sure, that stream and use it. I get it. It can be a great tool if you know how to use it. But it's the same information that I can look at on a DOM, I guess, than everybody else can. If you have level 4 data, yes, that will in fact get you direct visibility to my stops. Sorry, I zoomed out so we could actually see this. There we go. Casper, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, Josh, that is true. There are many ways to do your own version of a heat map like bookmap.
Oh, chat is so funny. Level 5 data is the white van dash cam. Comes with YouTube TV. All right, guys, I'm out of that trade. Done deal.
Did you get trailed out, or did you just say I'm done?
Trailed out 20 points on those runners. I'll take it. Started to get a little bit more aggressive with the trailing. I hate when we like stall at highs, especially with like NQ kind of we swept midnight open, London highs, and now deciding what it wants to do next.
It's all about its feelings right now.
What's up, Jim?
Hey guys. How you doing?
Hey, Jim.
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Guys, we're looking and sounding great today, as usual.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's been a while, Jim.
It has?
Where have you been?
I just talked to Jim.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, you guys talk? You guys have private conversations?
I talked to him. I mean, I was on yesterday afternoon, so hanging with Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on Trade the Open, so I don't get to see Jim on Mondays. And then I haven't. When'd you leave last week?
Oh, yeah. No, I was gone Wednesday, Thursday, Friday last week.
Yeah, come on, Jim.
Yeah. No, I know.
I hope it was worth it.
It was. I had an eco tour with my son.
Yeah, I heard. They told me. I said, I hope Jim's having fun.
It was fun. It was it was adventure packed. Defied death a couple times.
Oh, Jim, we need you safe and sound.
Right. I know.
We need you not to be doing crazy stuff.
We don't need a 62-year-old just wandering around the wilderness recklessly.
You said it, not me.
I know. In any event, let's give these two a round of applause for a job well done, as usual. right, all right. You guys are both flat, right?
Yep.
Now I'm flat. Yep.
All right. Any more ideas for later on this afternoon you could share?
I mean, we're high of the day. If we fail here, I potentially looking at range rules or staying in balance and rotating back towards, I mean, probably towards the 900s maybe at NQ.
Okay.
But I don't know. I could definitely see us just finding a way to crawl our way back towards the bottom of NQ's balance since ES is still sitting over there.
Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. All right. Well, we'll keep monitoring it. I will talk to you guys later on this week. Appreciate you as usual. We're going to leap into an edge report.
Thanks,
All
Jim.
right,
Thanks,
Jim.
everybody.
Ciao,
care,
guys.
All right. Crude oil, 30-minute chart. Sorry, 30-minute candle chart on crude oil. I mean, this was a pretty crazy crude oil chart, to be honest with you. We started out with a capital B, P as in Paul shaped distribution, but we've kind of developed a volume node a little bit lower here, 79.33. We broke out of the initial balance at the bottom. VWAP just kind of broke pretty quickly, and we have just pretty much a benchmark candle here. This is a pretty big candle that happened at 11 to 11:30. That is actually high to low, just to kind of get our hands around it, is going to be $2.38. So again, big move. Continuation selling is happening. We blew through JAX 1 at 80. Now, this is where it's interesting. We blew through 0DTE put support at $79. And then we blew through Menthor Q's one-day min, which isn't really a min, but it's an expected min at 78.74, then a blind spot. Now we have the bigger put support here at 77.50. So that's the target on the downside should this thing continue to go down. We're at about 109% of our 34-day average range. And that daily range right now is $3.98, so it's almost $4. So pretty big move so far in this particular market. Now, the official point of control is way up here. It's at $81.30. Again, that's kind of in the rearview mirror right now. CCI, my commodity channel index, this is interesting because we kind of crossed that zero line rapidly, and we crossed it quickly enough to kind of, in 1.5 candles almost, break that minus 200 level, which means there's an extreme amount of momentum to the downside. Now we're at minus 300. So right now, this downside momentum and pressure is pretty keen, and I don't really expect it to break too much. So alternatively, let's move over to Treasury bonds, because Treasury bonds are actually moving also, which is kind of interesting. Yields down, bonds up. Not surprising going in front of an FOMC meeting. Right now, we're literally... here's a daily candle chart, folks. Let me just open this up a little bit more so we could take a peek at these bonds ahead of the FOMC. So this is prior month's low, 111.01. We're driving up here toward that. You can see that the moving averages now are starting to arc upward. We're in that rotation zone between the 8 and the 21 right now. The RSI is moving up nicely on a daily chart as well. So it's a bullish surprise here. We have a decent low, actually, right around 109.15, 30 seconds here in the 30-year. Let's shoot over to the intraday chart and take a peek. Intraday, there it is. We got a really nice point of control. Now, I have numbers in the volume profile histogram bars, which you could add in NinjaTrader's desktop. And the point of control, 25,469 contracts at 110 and 18:30 seconds. Blew through one-day max, heading up to JAX 1 at 111 even. Above that, well, not a lot of targets. R3, very rare we get to R3. R3 is at 06, so 111.06. Should this thing continue to keep popping up? Remember, this is a $31.25 tick, so it's a bigger size contract. Need to be careful. 0DT call resistance on the downside, I think, frames this pretty nicely at 110 and 16:30 seconds. Below that, I think it'll be hard to get below it today in any event. But really, I would be looking at this pivot, kind of defining the bottom of the conversation here, 110.06. I think something would have to happen news-related to make that a reality today. Let's just pop over to the E-mini S&P really quickly here. their last couple of seconds here. We have a rally. We have a single break of the IB. We're breaking up higher right now. JAX2 is a nice target at 7,500. Should this thing continue to go up right now? A little bit of a stall around 82. But again, this is a 30-minute candle, so I have a slower time frame here. But look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 2 hours of pretty persistent buying right now in the E-mini S&P, and we're above that 0 DTE call resistance, suggesting momentum won't be really crazy anymore for the rest of the afternoon on the upside. There's still a retracement downside potential here, but look at VWAP. VWAP is flat. It's like flatlined right here. It's 74.46 in 3/4. So it's going to be hard to predict the top here. I wouldn't try it. Pivot would be a nice kind of retracement down. It's at 64.75. So that is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us this morning. We do have XYZ. Jack Gleason and Stowe, also known as the Stowe 42, trading the close with us this afternoon. So we're really looking forward to that. In the meantime, thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up, and being part of NinjaTrader Live. We will see you after lunch.